To the council meeting of Thursday, the 13th of August. We will start with opening prayer from Hazel Husani and Muhammad Rizwan. We welcome you to the table. And they have a prayer on behalf of the Muslim community.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم اللهم أنت السلام ومنك السلام تبارك يا ذا الجلال والإكرام اللهم إني أسألك علما نافعا ورزقا طيبا وعملا متقبلا بسم الله الذي لا يضر مع اسمه شيء في الأرض ولا في السماء وهو السميع العليم حسبنا الله ونعم الوكيل ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار اللهم إني على ذكرك وشكرك وحسن عبادتك اللهم إنك خلقت نفسي وأنت توفاها لك مماتها ومحياها إن أحييتها فاحفظها وإن عمتها فاغفر لها اللهم إني أسألك العافية اللهم رب السماوات السبع ورب العرش العظيم ربنا ورب كل شيء فالق الحب والنوى ومنزل التوراة والإنجيل والفرقان أعوذ بك من شر كل شيء أنت آخذ بناسية اللهم أنت الأول فليس قبلك شيء وأنت الآخر فليس بعدك شيء وأنت الظاهر فليس فوقك شيء وأنت الباطن فليس دونك شيء اقضي عنا الدين وأغننا من الفقر اللهم إني أعوذ بك من الهم والحزن والعجز والكسل والبخل والجبن والضلع الدين وغلبه الرجال الحمد لله الذي بنعمته تتم الصالحات اللهم اجعل هذا المجلس مجلس خير وبركة ووفقها فيه لما تحب وترضى O Allah, you are As-Salam, the source of peace, and from you is all peace. Blessed are you, O possessor of majesty and honor. O Allah, we ask you for knowledge which is beneficial and sustenance which is good and deeds which are acceptable. In the name of Allah, with whose name nothing is harmed on earth nor in the heavens, and He is the all-seeing, the all-knowing. Allah is sufficient for us, and how fine a trustee He is. Our Lord, grant us the best in this life and the best in the next life, and protect us from the punishment of the fire. Allah, help us to remember you, to thank you, and to worship you in the best of manner. O Allah, verily you have created our soul, and you shall take its life, to belong its life and death. If you should keep our soul alive, then protect it, and if you should take its life, then forgive it. O Allah, we ask you to grant us good health. O Allah, Lord of the seven heavens and the exalted throne, our Lord and the Lord of all things, splitter of the seed and the date stone, revealer of the Torah, the Gospel, and the Quran. I take refuge in you from the evil of all things. You shall seize by the forelock, that is, you have total mastery over us. O Allah, you are the first, so there is nothing before you, and you are the last, so there is nothing after you. You are the most high, so there is nothing above you, and you are the most near, so there is nothing near you. Settle our debt for us and spare us from poverty. O Allah, we take refuge in you from anxiety and sorrow, weakness and laziness, miserliness and cowardice, the burden of debts, and from being overpowered by men. All praises for Allah, by whose favor good works are accomplished. O Allah, make this gathering, the DCC Council meeting, a gathering of goodness and blessing, and grant us success in it to do what you love and are pleased with it. Ameen.
Kia ora, thank you so much. We will move on to the public forum, and first up we have Rose Dickey from the South Dunedin Community Network, who will be speaking on supporting and advocating for the people of South Dunedin as they work through the council's response to flowing. I don't know if I've read that. I'll let you speak about it. We may have a little error. Welcome.
Kia ora. I'll start. For those that don't know me, I'm Mike Hammond. I'm the current chair of the South Dunedin Community Network. I was handed that role by Eleanor Doig, and I often feel that she's looking over my shoulder. So I'm just going to read out something. Yeah, just going to start reading this out, and then yeah. So the current the South Dunedin Community Network began its existence in 2017, and it was envisaged as a catalyst to support the South Dunedin residents adversely impacted following the 2015 flood event. South Dunedin Future, on behalf of the Otago Regional Council and DCC, have worked collaboratively with the South Dunedin Community Network and the community we represent since it began. So I suppose we could be the, the ears and the voice for the residents of South Dunedin. So although infrastructure like pipes and pumps remain an essential planning component, there have been strong community feedback for the development of vibrant, resilient green spaces designed for recreation and relaxation. This is especially important given the time spent interacting with nature, which is linked with positive mental, social and physical well-being outcomes. And yes, we do support short-term options. I think that's really important, as long as there's some, longer-term options as well. We believe that South Dunedin Future's consultation has been regular and consistent, ensuring extensive input from the South Dunedin community, resulting in a mutual, trusting and respectful partnership. As well as regular catch-up with the South Dunedin Community Network Manager and board members, the South Dunedin Future team have met with community groups, including both stakeholders and residents at the local community hui, the South Dunedin Festival, as well as dedicated workshops. These meetings have provided substantial feedback and dialogue opportunities for locals who are closely impacted by severe weather events. South Dunedin Future's consultation process began with 16 options, whittled down via public consultation. I think the public consultation is really important here. It was important that the community's voice was heard. And finally, 3 options are selected, and strong feedback and support from the South Dunedin community and the people I've spoke to anecdotally. I live in South Dunedin and grew up there, and a lot of the people I spoke to were actually, quite looking forward to the next round of consultations in our new South Dunedin library. So we were disappointed on behalf of the stakeholders and other local South Dunedin residents to learn that there was a pause in the consultation process. I can see I'm going to run out of time to let you speak, so I think I'll cut some of this out. So the South Dunedin Future process is an ongoing proactive response to a serious issue facing the city, rather than the largely short-term reactive pipes and pumps option raised at the last minute. Deciding how to mitigate the long-term effects of sea level rise was never meant to be a unilateral decision. Final choices will rely on extensive and ongoing community input. In other words, this means robust communication and consultation. And I'll cut it short there so that I give Rose a chance. I'll just say that I just really wanted to have the opportunity to acknowledge Sandy Graham's support at local community hui over the years. We've had we've felt we've had a good relationship with the council, and and the council members and previous current and previous mayors that have come into our hui and been part of what we're trying to achieve. So thank you everyone for that. So.
Okay, I just want to pick up on the split workstream proposal that was in last week's ODT. It seems like that if that's approved, and I understand that that's still open to decision making, but that would be a really good option. But I think it's very important, she said, half a minute left, very important to, obviously no consultation is required necessarily, because this is a single work stream. The short-term work stream is the same for any option that we may decide on later. But community engagement to inform people in South Dunedin, give them accurate information, because at the moment there's a lot of uncertainty and some misinformation, and it would be really good for them to have solid opportunities to hear accurately. That's my time.
Thank you. We're out of time. Thank you, Mike and Rose. Can I just quickly ask, when is your next hui?
It's not until October. It'll be mid-October.
Thank you.
We have invited you also to a welcome on the 4th of September.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. And next we have Charlie Hurley, who's going to talk about the current state and future of Dunedin skateboarding facilities. Just checking. You know how to work it.
Yep.
Welcome.
Hey, I've just got a letter I'm going to read real quickly. Good morning, Mayor Barker, councillors and council staff. Thank you for the time. I'm a PhD student at Otago, focusing on energy research, and I've been skateboarding in the city for 15 years. If you visited Dunedin Skate Park, most of the time it will be empty. The obvious answer is that these facilities aren't in demand, but they are, and I think we're failing to meet that demand. There are many skateboarders in the city, but most of them have quit their hobby or don't do it often because our facilities are outdated. The demand hasn't gone away, it's just gone quiet because there's currently nowhere worth going. Dunedin has not built a destination skate park since Thomas Burns 23 years ago. Since then, the answer has been wooden mini ramps. The new Oppo ramp has been filled with a wide community of skateboarders. However, these ramps only serve transition skateboarding. The other side of skateboarding, street skating, is preferred by 87% of participants. This is important because money has been spent only on the minority of the sport, while most of the sport has been neglected. Recently, a street park was built in Port Chalmers. We appreciated this, however, it's only approximately 10% the size of Thomas Burns. Sorry, I'm a bit nervous. And the construction design is questionable. Its concrete is rough compared to other New Zealand skate parks, and its grass field it sits on fills it with dirt. Additionally, obstacles are built for a beginner level. This is great for learners, but once they outgrow this park, what's left are facilities that are difficult and dangerous to use. Dunedin currently lacks a skate park that caters to creativity and all skill levels. Thomas Burns and Mornington have rough concrete and many cracks. This is hazardous because when you fall, your skin gets sandpapered off. Just yesterday I talked to a skateboarder at Fairfield who says he hasn't visited Thomas Burns Skate Park in 10 years because he doesn't want to fall off on his ground, but most of all because he was tired of the skate park. The obvious fix is to repave, but that is not enough. In 2022, Fairfield was repaved and some unique and historical skateboarding obstacles were removed. Because insufficient research was done before the changes, many people think the upgrade made it worse. We need to design our skate parks properly, like other cities, so people use them. Invercargill designed their skate park with Convic, which is an award-winning skate park design firm. Lower Hutt, a city with a population slightly smaller than ours, hired the same firm and opened a park in 2024, which won Park of the Year last year's National Parks Awards. Kaitangata has 860 people, but skateboarders from Dunedin drive an hour to skate there. We can be the place that skateboarders from New Zealand drive to, and we can win awards for it. And that might not be as expensive as you think due to external funding. Lower Hutt's council paid $300,000 of a $2 million park. Invercargill's paid $300,000 of a $750,000 park. Kaitangata's paid $40,000 of $100,000. In every case, the council shares a smaller part, and that's what made external funding possible. I've watched many of my closest friends leave the city. Their main reason was due to a lack of community here. while seeing other cities with a thriving, inclusive skate community. When people don't show up to a skate park, that's conversations not being had and new relationships not being formed. Money spent on a skate park isn't just spent on concrete, it's spent on giving people a reason to stay, friends. This leads me to my 3 asks. Firstly, that research-informed design becomes standard. In engineering, you don't specify anything until you've established what it needs to do. That step is currently being skipped. Before any skate facility in this city is designed or modified, there should be proper research into what's needed, done by a specialist skate park designer. Secondly, that Marlow Park uses a specialist designer. South Dunedin currently has no skate park, and adding one to a project that's already funded and moving will cost a fraction of building one later. Thirdly, that a new destination skate park is included in the 10-year plan with the location decided by a feasibility study and user research. I'm not asking the council to carry the costs alone. Most of the money for facilities like this comes from external trust, and none of them will look at an application without council commitment behind it. Council moving first unlocks the rest. Invercargill managed this 12 years ago. I know we can manage it too. Thank you.
Thank you. We do have a number of questions, but we are out of time. May we please have a copy of your speech?
Yeah,
that
of course.
would be really helpful.
Sorry, I've only got one copy. I can send one through.
Yeah, one of our team will copy it for you.
Sweet. Thank you.
And we now have Elliot Phillips, who will talk about skateboarding from an arts and cultural influence perspective.
Morena
Elliot.
Mayor Barker, Morena Honourable Councillors. I moved from Queenstown to Invercargill in 2007, the year before they built the new skating facility there. Then I moved from Invercargill to Dunedin in 2013 before they built the new facility there. And I'd missed the boat twice. Upon moving here at 18, I stopped skateboarding due to the defeated feeling I had and the obvious lack of skatable facilities in this city. After 10 years, I picked up my board again, and at the ripe age of 28, and now at 31, I spend my time skateboarding, holding and pointing a camera at our city's skateboard athletes. Dunedin's full of locations worthy of acclaim inside the street skateboarding community, and we know this because of our history. Post the building of Thomas Burns in 2003, we saw a list of heavy hitters rise from the streets of Dunedin to both national and international recognition. Sean Duffel, a now heavily celebrated artist, started his career as a professional skateboarder riding for Boom Skateboards, putting Dunedin on the map with his effortless approach to big gap skateboarding, still getting millions of views on social media to this day. Dunedin-bred Jeffrey Campbell went on to skate for both Nike and Passport. He now manages the Nike skateboarding team in Australia and is responsible for bringing some of the world's best street skaters to our city. I've passed around some images today. One is still of professional skateboarder Kareem Abdul-Calendar wearing a Dunedin beanie in the Nike Quick Strike video that has over 1 million views. Dunedin's featured in this video multiple times, and 3 images of LA-based skateboarder iShod Weir engaging with our city. iShod is non-negotiably one of the best street skateboarders in the world. This is like Messi coming here to play pickup football. It's inspiring for our city to see, for the youth in our city to see these athletes inside it, but discouraging for them to have nowhere to safely emulate their heroes. There are more professionals coming to Dunedin to skate this year. It's free publicity for our city internationally, and if you search Dunedin on YouTube, on the first page is Jeff's internet birthday video filmed in Dunedin. The premiere for this was held in Dunedin at Pavement Store and was attended by a list of international names inside the sport. Outside of skateboarding directly, its influence on Dunedin's cultural scene is undeniable. Philip James Frost, one of Dunedin's most recognisable artists, got his eye for the edge from skateboarding. Nom D's graphics are printed by prolific Dunedin skateboarder Sam Robinson in his studio in Dunedin's industrial area. Levi Hawken, a now household name in the New Zealand art scene, cut his teeth skateboarding Dunedin's hills. I could keep going. Clothes I've made, Low-Hanging Fruit, Stolen Girlfriends Club, Huffer, they all pull from skateboarding heavily, and without our culture, they'd be starved for new ideas. State-of-the-art skate parks provide third spaces for this culture to grow. In October of 1989, the St Clair skate ramp was opened, and this drew the attention of now household name Tony Hawk, who opened this ramp in true 80s vert skating fashion. Following this, we saw the construction of Mornington Skate Park, then following that, Thomas Burns, and it's now been 23 years since the council has significantly invested in state-of-the-art multi-purpose skate facilities, beyond small isolated ramps, designed to serve localised residential communities. The opening of our historic parks inspired a generation of skaters in our city who went on to do the above, and it's a chain effect. New facilities foster new inspiration and provide safe, clean, usable locations for everyone. Skateboarders, scooter riders, rollerbladers, BMX riders alike. Skateboarding is ever changing and there is no one shoe for all model. Recently we saw Daniel Healy, a local man, start the Dunedin Skate School, where local skaters donate their time to come teach kids how to do the fundamentals and immerse themselves in skate culture. These are heavily attended, with dozens of parents bringing their tamariki to Thomas Burns to benefit from what Danny is doing. Problem here is that when these kids get skilled enough to grow out of the skate school, left with our current facilities, they will either stop skating like I did, or worse, leave Dunedin for somewhere with a deeper scene due to its larger and more established facilities. To get here today, I drove past 4 rugby fields, including the stadium, a pickleball and tennis court, a hockey turf, a football facility, and a state-of-the-art basketball court. And when I drive home tonight, I will do that again, and these will all be in use. Because they're there, because they are safe, and they are fit to purpose, built by appropriate contractors to high specifications. If you play rugby in the city, you can see the pathway to greatness. You can see the Highlanders practicing, you see the stadium full, and you feel supported to be great by our city, its people, and its council. For skateboarders in our city, they often feel forgotten. There is no safe space for us, no stadium, no state-of-the-art facility made from appropriate materials, not much. With such a long history of skating in our city and so much international success, I ask why. And we understand that maybe without information there can be no action, and that's what today is all about. It's about informing our council of our needs and the why, as well as the greater possibility for greatness. We had it before, and we can have it again if we work together. And I'll cut the back of that just to leave 20 seconds for any questions.
A question for Councillor Weatherall.
Very quickly, Elliot, thank you for your submission today. I presume you're working collaboratively with Charlie, and you gained my attention by talking about the possibility of external funding. Are you personally wishing to apply for this external funding, and what help are you going to get in doing so?
Really good question. Look, we do look for funding ourselves, however, we are a small group of people for the major funding needed to fund a public skate park.
Whoops.
Oh, I don't have to press it again.
Yeah.
We need the backing of the council. When we apply for funding, it's a tricky line to cross because we're up against so many much more popular sports. So we need the backing of the council to achieve that major funding we need for such infrastructure.
Thank you. We are out of time.
Yeah,
maybe you could send us some more information. Would
Yeah,
be useful,
absolutely.
and maybe a copy of your speech as well. Thank
Kia ora.
you. Thank you. The team will arrange that. Now we have someone's withdrawn, so we have Duncan Eddy from the West Harbour Community Board to speak on Port Chalmers social housing. Welcome, Duncan. I'm sure you're familiar with the microphone.
Fingers crossed. Kia ora tātou. For those of you who don't know me, my name's Duncan Eddy, and I'm serving a third term on the West Harbour Community Board. The West Harbour Community Board is in support of having Dunedin City Council staff look at options for social housing development on the vacant Kainga Ora land in Port Chalmers, alongside preparing a briefing on the issue for government ministers. There are currently 359 applicants on Dunedin's housing register, our public housing waiting list, and we all know that housing pressures are increasing for many residents. And yet, at the same time, we have long established social housing land sitting empty in our city. As you're aware, the cancelled development of 11 new state houses at Albertson Avenue in Port Chalmers involved demolishing 6 older state housing units and relocating existing tenants who were promised first dibs on the new homes. West Harbour residents and community board members were told the rebuild was to help cater for a growing demand for public housing in Dunedin. Ultimately, all we were left with was a large empty section, and those families never came back. The social housing land at Albertson Ave has been sitting empty since the middle of 2023. It was put up for sale on August 28th last year, and Kainga Ora is now trying to sell it for around a third of its valuation. The social value of that land clearly exceeds its commercial value, and previous to the 6 homes being demolished for the planned rebuild, state houses on that site had homed working families and low-income households for about 80 years. There is a need for more affordable housing in this city, and we really do want to see that site continue to be utilised for social housing provision. Stable, safe, warm housing is at the heart of so many positive economic and social indicators. In 2023, Kāinga Ora's Otago Southern Regional Director Kerry Young said the planned rebuild at Albertson Ave would mean more people can live in areas like Port Chalmers that are close to schools, open spaces, shops and other amenities. Albertson Ave is perfectly placed. It's close to essential services and active and public transport. Schools, shops, early childhood centres, open spaces, a doctor's surgery, public transport, churches, sports grounds, a library, a museum, and the shared pathway, Te Ara Moana, are all just a couple of minutes' walk away. The permanent loss of social housing there would be a real loss to Port Chalmers and the wider West Harbour area. The families and residents the social housing brings contribute to the local economy and local community in so many ways, such as bolstering school rolls, spending money at our shops, joining our sports clubs, etc. State houses first went up there just after the end of World War II, and Albertson Avenue itself is named for George Albertson of Port Chalmers, who was the head of Prime Minister Peter Fraser's state housing program. That land is a strategic social asset, and it's terrible seeing it just sitting there unutilised while there is an unmet need for social housing in Dunedin. The West Harbour Community Board would be very grateful if Council worked to assess the viability of investing in public housing at Albertson Ave and spoke to government ministers about this situation. Thanks.
Thank you. Steve, Councillor Walker, do you have a question?
Thanks, Duncan, for coming in. Great presentation. In terms of the West Harbour Community Board, I presume you've had ongoing communication with KO. What is their current position in terms of that communication, or have they literally just given up?
It's been really disappointing. As you know, there's been a nationwide review of state housing, and it seems that Albertson Avenue was kind of collateral damage of that. So they're constrained by directions from higher up as to what they could do. Personally, I think local Kāinga Ora are very disappointed about this.
Thank you, Mr. Eddy, for your time. Now we have Alan Somerville, the Chair of Abbeyfield Dunedin, who is going to speak on the support that Council can provide for community housing in the city. Oh, I need to move, sorry. Thank you. That we extend the public forum beyond 30 minutes, seconded by Councillor Sims. All those in favour say aye. Anyone against? That is carried. Sorry, Alan, just a formality. Welcome to the table. I'm sure you know how to use the microphone.
Kia ora koutou. Ngā mihi mahana kia koutou. Yes, as I am Alan Somerville, I am Chair of Abbeyfield Dunedin. I'll note I'm also a regional councillor, but I'm not here in that role today. And as has been said, I'm here to speak in support of the Council exploring the use of land within the city for community housing, and will urge the Council to pursue models of communal living for any future projects. Some of you may have heard some of this before when we presented our Abbeyfield submission to the 9-year plan last year. So about Abbeyfield, we were established in 2009. We're an incorporated society and registered charity. We have 9 elderly residents at our house up in Wakari. We employ a housekeeper who makes lunch and dinner each day. So we're a rather superior flat or boarding house perhaps. Abbeyfield provides the conditions that enables elderly people to remain living independently, and in particular a warm home, good food and company. Our experience tells us that there is a real need for more affordable and healthy housing for elderly people in Dunedin. Population projections show the number and proportion of people over 65 will go up and up over the coming decades. At the same time, we're also seeing a decline in home ownership rates and people moving into retirement age, and the absence of that asset significantly reduces their housing choices. The DCC has a long history in providing community housing. We commend you on that. Don't stop. DCC can also play a role in helping community organisations provide housing. I'm not plugging just for Abbeyfield here over other community housing providers, but using Abbeyfield as an example of how council can help enable others. DCC can help significantly by enabling the use of land within the city. A whole lot of the cost comes down if land is available at no or low cost, and also finding a suitable site can be a major issue, and the DCC can help with that. Secondly, I'd urge the council to consider models of communal living and not only individual units. Regular social contact is one of the most important determinants of continued good health in old age. Isolation and loneliness is widespread among elderly people living alone. There's plenty of evidence to show that living with other people keeps elderly people independent for longer. Ongoing good nutrition is also hard to sustain for elderly people living alone. Now, this model of living won't suit everybody, but for many it will offer a healthier and happier life. There are also sound financial reasons for pursuing models of communal living. Again, using Abbeyfield as an example, a new Abbeyfield-style house for 12 to 14 residents will cost a fraction of the amount of for that many individual units. Moreover, a single new Abbeyfield house will free up that number of other houses in the community, as nearly all Abbeyfield residents have been living by themselves before moving into Abbeyfield. And I'm happy to take any questions around this.
Councillor Lund, Councillor Galen and Councillor Ong.
Thank you, Mr. Somerville. I'm curious to know how you fund your facilities. Like you were talking about a 12 to 14 resident complex. So do you have any government funding? Just walk us through that. That would be great.
It depends a bit. We're fortunate in that our national organisations, Abbeyfield New Zealand and Abbeyfield Properties, are taking a much more active role now. Abbeyfield Properties owns most of the 15 or 16 Abbeyfield houses in New Zealand, including the Dunedin House, and our society operates that on their behalf. So they are able to borrow money. However, they can't borrow it all. So a significant amount of fundraising has been done. Some of it, the most recent house that was opened in Manukau received a big government grant. The one under construction in Katikati, I'm not sure what government funding they have received, but there has been a huge local fundraising effort in applying to various trusts and whatnot, as well as Abbeyfield Properties being able to borrow a significant amount.
Councillor Gaylor, quick question.
Thank you, that was really good. Just wondering, just following up on that question though, what percentage of government funding is given to Abbeyfield? What percentage of your total is government funded?
I think it depends on house to house. In terms of our operational costs, there is none. It does depend on house to house. Abbeyfield Properties have a plan to establish a new house, one a year over the coming years, and of course that's still only a drop in the bucket of what's required, but it will depend an awful lot on where it comes. The newest house in Christchurch, for example, was largely funded and built by the Roads Trust, and they continue to own it. Abbeyfield operates it, so there's different ways of doing it.
Thank you, Alan. We are out of time. We have someone coming on Zoom, however, they haven't arrived. So, Tony, if you would be able to come to the table, please. I told you order might change. Mr. Cummings? Yep, you're up.
sorry about not hearing that. I'm a bit hard of hearing, so if you're talking or asking a question of me, please make it loud. Thank you for the time this morning. Basically, this is about the proposed improvements at the Waikari Shopping Centre. Back in April this year, we had a letter drop that then resulted in a meeting with two of the council employees. It was pointed out by all the local shopkeepers, members of the Dunedin Area Citizens Association and some residents there, that their proposal of putting in seating and planting in the neighbourhood of the shops wasn't as good an idea as they thought on paper. The main reason being that just up the road we've got the Waikari Hospital, which is mainly for psychiatric patients. The article in yesterday's paper mentioned that because there is a no smoking policy on hospital grounds, patients that are allowed to have leave tend to come out. At this stage they tend to group at the bus shelter halfway between the shops and the gas station. It results in reasonably frequent calls to the police to sort things out, because sometimes the medication isn't working as well as it could. The proposal to put seating around the shops and the gas station just flew in the face of reality for everybody up there, for the simple reason that it becomes a health and safety issue, not only for the staff that have to work there down at the gas station, to have mentally ill congregating around a petrol station with cars coming in and out. It was a safety issue around the shops and the fish and chip shop and that. There's a school, a primary school, a couple of 100 metres along Helensborough Road. It makes it unsafe for those kids to frequent the shop or the chippy and what have you. Personally, ourselves, with my premises there, we've actually had to come to a policy of when we are working alone, you lock the door, because we've had unwell Waikari patients enter the premises without invite. So all in all, a safety issue. Yesterday's paper said, or the report that you're going to get, or you've got, states that they're closing TNA and that'll sort the problem. Well, actually, yes, they're going to close TNA. But what the report didn't say, or the newspaper certainly didn't say, is the psychiatric wards up there, not just TNA. So, it's not solving the problem. The shopping centre works very well. Out of the 10 residential or operational places there, 9 of them are fully leased and operating, which is probably a better average than your expensive Main Street. I don't think you've got that sort of tenancy occupancy there. Anyway, all I'm here to say is just make sure you don't put seats and planters there for our safety. Thank you.
Thank you. I've got questions from Councillor Treadwell and Councillor Gaylor. Councillor Treadwell.
Kia ora, Tony. Thanks for coming in. As a resident of Waikari, I appreciate your advocacy and work in the area. I just wanted to know if there were any alternative designs proposed when the discussion happened.
Oh, you need your microphone.
No, the two planners seem to be hell-bent on pushing their seats and in-ground planting. They did mention a new rubbish bin as well. To create a congregation area right outside the shops is a health and safety issue.
Thank you. Great presentation and very interesting. How did, though, this proposal come about? Did you feel as though, as a community, you asked for it, or were you surprised by the fact that it was going to happen?
We were absolutely gobsmacked when the letter drop turned up. Talking around the neighbourhood and what have you, nobody that we are aware of requested this. This seems to be sort of something from the planning department. Well, hey, we better be seen to be doing something, so let's do something.
Yeah, please don't disrespect the staff also about using the words hellbent staff for carrying out the request of council. Thank you, we are out of time. Thank you, Mr Cummings. Thank you. Now we don't appear to have had our Zoom person, so we shall move on with the agenda. We have an apology from Councillor Cherry Lucas and an apology for early departure from Councillor Vandervis. I move that the Council accepts the apology from Councillor Cherry Lucas and the apology for early departure from Councillor Vandervis. Seconded Councillor Sims. All those in favour say aye. Against, I declare that that is carried. We'll move to the confirmation of the agenda and the CEO.
Councillors, I just would like to advise that I have withdrawn item 10 on the Botanic Garden plan, and that item will be resubmitted on the 2nd of September. I've advised the Mayor of that.
Can we ask why?
Because it isn't the final version.
You need to put your hand up if you wish to ask questions. The next, the Councillor Lafiso has advised me that she is withdrawing the notice of motion, item 13. So I move that we confirm the agenda with the following alterations: that item 10, the Dunedin Botanic Garden, is withdrawn and will appear at a future meeting, and that item 13, the notice of motion, has been withdrawn. Seconded by Councillor Sims. All those in favour say aye. Against, abstentions, that is carried. Move on to declarations of interest. Members are reminded of the need to stand aside from decision making when a conflict arises between their role as an elected representative and any private or other external interests they might have. Are there any changes or updates? Councillor Mayhem.
Yes, if I could add Blueskin Baywatch to the list, please.
Okay, I will move that the committee, that the council amends the elected members' interest register and amends the proposed management plan for elected members' interests. Seconded Councillor Sims. I put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Against, that is carried. We'll move on to the reports, the actions from the resolutions of the council meetings on page 16, and the CEO will speak to this.
So, councillors, this item has been missing from the agenda for a number of months. Staff, there was a technical issue in the background that meant we had to recreate the existing report of outstanding resolutions. This is the first iteration of that recreation. I do note that it's not entirely complete, but staff got the information they could together in time for this agenda. It is iterative, and we will capture the other outstanding resolutions over the next couple of meetings.
I wonder if I could ask, please, we've got road closures in there, and I just wonder, because they are technical, about whether we actually need to have them in there as an action from a council resolution.
I think for completeness, my advice would be we're far better to have them there for completeness rather than leave it for staff to assess whether something's technical or otherwise. Mm-hmm. So I just think it's procedurally more straightforward. Mm-hmm. Especially if we look to an automated system, which we are trying to build. That way it's either open or it's shut.
And the forward work programme, we haven't had one of those since March. So
indeed, so that's also in development. The governance manager is currently on leave, but this is a high priority for her, and they're looking to automate that so it's not such a manual system. Mm-hmm. And she has a solution she is looking to roll out to get that back on the agenda again.
Okay, thank you. I've got councillors Walker, Gary, Treadwell, Gaylor, Sims. Thank you. Right, Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Sophie. Page 17, I just want to refer to the Dunedin Tunnels Trails Trust funding. I've asked this question before, I'll likely ask it many times again. Thanks for this. Just in terms of the 3 water investigations, important part of this jigsaw in terms of confirming those timeframes. Any sort of guesstimate? So I'm looking in your direction in the absence of
Mr. Ward.
Yeah, so you're looking for direction on, could you just clarify the investigations you're referencing?
It says in the report, waiting outcomes of pre-war's investigations to confirm timelines across the council. That's obviously a really fundamentally important part of the jigsaw. So is it 4 months? Is it 2 years? Is it, yeah. I don't particularly need an answer now but I certainly would like it fed back. We can move on to the next question and we can come back.
Okay,
so,
thank you. Councillor Gary.
Asked and almost answered.
Councillor Treadwell.
Kia ora. Looking at page 19 and the item around the Interim Regional Spatial Planning Governance Group, I was just wondering if reports from the meetings from that group would come to full council just for noting?
Not normally, but I will have a look at the terms of reference of that group and see what the reporting back requirements are.
Yeah, you can have a quick speak.
Probably give you an answer to that because I attended on Monday the first meeting, as the first get-together, where we were literally setting the terms of reference for that group. So they'll be finalised hopefully by the end of this week. So I was going to speak to this later. When they are, I'm happy to feed that back to the wider council. Great.
Councillor Gaylor.
Just a question about the Town Belt Active Management Trial, and why is that going back to a different committee, to the planning committee, and not to the full council when that's where it first arrived back in December last year?
Because the delegations hadn't been determined for the committees at that point, and now the delegation for that committee captures the work that trial encompassed.
Why is it then seen as appropriate not to have the full council being able to comment on that and just the members of that committee, given that the full council was able to comment on the first proposal?
The planning and that committee is full council, so it contains all the members of the council.
But not all full council can comment, is that right? Or can?
The planning, I forget the technical name, apologies, I've got brain fog from travelling, but that committee has all the members of this council around the table.
So there were 1,500 submissions. Why is that not seen as important enough to take back to full council?
As I've said, and I'm going to only answer this one more time, but the delegation council has given the delegation for matters like this to the planning and committee. It is coming back to that, at which point all of the members around this table will have an opportunity to comment.
Councillor Sims.
Councillor Walker sort of asked one of my questions. I just would want to expand on that in respect to trying to determine who is setting the timeline for those utility services, not just Three Waters but power and gas as well, to come out of the tunnel. And the reason I'm asking that question is we're fully aware that the Dunedin Tunnels Trail Trust is now starting to move at a pace in respect to getting to the tunnel, and that is going to be a pinch point. So I wonder if, I realise it's not just Mr McAndrew now, but others as well, but whether it is actually the council that's setting that, whether we go to these utility providers and say you need to be out of there by this day.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. I'll attempt to provide an update. I've met with Mr McLean and Mr Hazelton and discussed that one a number of times, and I know there's some progress in time frame and having firm time frames for other utilities. Three Waters utilities would likely be the longest lead time. At the moment there's no sort of firm plan to remove wastewater pipelines per se, and if there were to be, it would take a number of years. But what we're working on is the what would it look like, and is it feasible, and how would you run having a cycleway as well as having water utilities running through the tunnel.
Thank you. And I just had a second question from page 18, and I noted an amount of $3.35 million in year 3 of the 9-year plan for the Dunedin Repertory Society. And so forgive for the benefit of those councillors that weren't here during that process, what's the background to that decision?
It was based on representations from the community as part of the 9-year plan process, and council resolved to give 3 tranches of money to 3 different groups in the performing arts area, and this was the first tranche of that money from memory. But as it says there, it has still not been agreed or paid, so it is something that will likely be reconsidered as part of the 10-year plan.
Councillor Lund.
Just following on from that, I see that we are going to have a report about that repertory theatre grant. So I see Carolyn, presumably Miss Kenton, is going to be preparing that report, but there's some very important things that need to be in that report, and that they are that what happens in the event that the repertory theatre is wound up. How are we going to ensure that there's actually value for money for the 3.35 million that we're giving? Is there any co-funding from the society, and are there any KPIs about how many shows we're getting? So those things all need, I'm just saying...
We'll come back to council, won't it?
And that's not necessarily the nature of what council has resolved, but you can be certain that the document that comes back will be adequate to meet the requirements for your decision making.
Yeah, I will send those to Miss Kenton. She would...
No, there's no need to do that, councillor. We are across what needs to be done with this, and you can be. We are. Carolyn will be preparing the document in a way that meets all of council's legal requirements as resolved by council about what their expectations were. I'm happy to send you the resolution.
That's going to be strictly defined by the resolution you're saying, this report.
As I said, though, as well, all decisions for funding will be open for discussion and debate as part of the 10-year plan. So there's a bit to happen before any agreement is signed.
Councillor Ong.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. And as with Councillor Lund's point, and the same way for social housing, everything else that we need, are you going to have detailed, innovative funding solutions that we can tap on, including...
could you just please ask a question about the action?
Yes, so that's the question. Are you going to detail, outside of council asking our ratepayers...
Which item does this relate to on the resolutions that council has made?
It relates to the questions that are being asked right now on everything...
We've in front of us, we have a report on actions from resolutions of council.
Council,
no, don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me.
Right, I don't want to be kicked out again.
Stop it. Just... what I'm trying to do is to get to the bottom of which resolution you are asking a question about. This is a report on actions from resolutions of council meetings. So which resolution are you asking a question about? Okay, so we'll just move on. Thank you. I will move that the council notes the open and completed actions from resolutions... Oh, sorry, Councillor Gary.
I didn't realise we were re-debating resolutions of council, and I find that particularly concerning. My question is around page 19, 231 Stewart Street, and my question is which council meeting will that report come to? I'm assuming perhaps the next one, but just checking with you, no.
I wouldn't have thought it will be the 2nd of September. That would seem a little bit quick, but I'm happy to provide an update of which meeting we are scheduling that for. If someone can just take a note of that.
That would be very helpful, thank you.
Councillor Ong, do you have a question?
I do, and that relates to Councillor Gary's question. So, on that specific resolution, on 231 Stewart Street, what is the parameter for deciding, because it is very open-ended. When that's presented to us, how is our public community going to know there has been a decision made based on what provides the most financial return for council and the most social benefit? Because at the moment now, it's too open-ended. It's unclear.
Right.
Is it going to be public?
The CEO, yes, it will be. No, maybe it might not be. Anyway, the CEO will answer.
There's been...
Well, why shouldn't it be public if it's going to be...
Just...
We're following, as you know, Councillor Ong, we're following the procurement process for this property as agreed and determined by council.
Stop speaking. Don't interrupt the CEO. Right, I'll move that the council notes the open and completed actions from resolutions of council meetings as attached. Seconded, Councillor Sims. Put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Against, abstentions, that is carried. We'll move to the Centres Upgrade Program, and I have down Mr Costello, Mr Maudsley and Mr Cartwright. I don't have Mr Cartwright. Oh, I had 2 question marks in front of us.
Mr Cartwright is unwell today, so you've just got...
Thank you.
Happy to go to questions.
Okay, Councillors Weatherall, Treadwell, Sims.
Thank you, Mr Costello. Can you confirm that selecting Brighton this year will not disadvantage Middlemarch from being next in line to benefit from the upgrade program next year?
So, the report that we prepared, we've identified Brighton, Middlemarch and Outram as possible centres for the next 2 years. The reason for putting Brighton in the first year is it's not a state highway, which reduces the amount of engagement that we'll need to do, which will leave Middlemarch and Outram for the subsequent year. And we intend to detail that in a future report once we've had some more time to scope that. If there's a preference from councillors, we're happy to take that on board as well.
I note that some public consultation has started, definitely in Middlemarch. Has it started in Outram?
No, we haven't started any in Outram. We've only been out to both Brighton and Middlemarch at this point.
Councillor Treadwell, Sims and Gaylor. Councillor Treadwell.
Tēnā kōrua. I was just wondering about the extent of the community consultation prior to the meeting earlier this year, I believe. There was a letter drop. Was that sort of restricted to a certain radius of the proposed works?
It was. So we identified affected building and business owners that are where the physical works might occur. So that's on the intersection there. So we wrote a letter to the business building owners and homeowners in that particular area. So it was probably a small group of 10 to 12 people, with the intention of saying that we were looking at doing this work and we'd like to meet with them and to hear their feedback. At that point there's absolutely no design work had happened. It was really just a way to initiate that conversation. So it was a very small group of people that we targeted, and it was really the group of people that would be affected by the physical works.
Awesome. So it was at a sort of very, very early stage of design, or not really a design stage yet. It was just the initial proposal.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't describe it as a design stage. Really what we were saying was we were looking at doing the project, and we wanted the feedback from the community as to what they would like to see. We detailed some of the things that we'd done in Musselburgh and indicated that that may be the shape of the particular project in Wakaari as well. There was nothing on paper, and we wouldn't commit to anything on paper until we've had that feedback from the community as to what they would like to see in their own neighbourhood.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Councillor Sims.
Thank you, Mr Maudsley, Mr Costello, and thanks, Mayor. Firstly, congratulations on the outcome at Musselburgh. It struck me, I went and had a look, and it struck me as a remarkably good value for money, and I had to read 3 times to make sure it had come under budget. So congratulations on that. Picking up on Councillor Weatherall's point, would it be impossible to do Middlemarch? And I'm not... For those in Brighton, I don't need to lose any votes in Brighton, but the reason for that is I think given the broader conversation going on throughout the whole community at the moment, particularly about amalgamation, it might be a particularly good idea to do something in Middlemarch. And I wondered, is the NZTA component, does that make it impossible, or does it just make it a bit harder?
It doesn't make it impossible. I guess as staff we were cognizant that we are trying to get this project finished before the end of the financial year, and we could foresee that maybe that engagement may take a little bit more time and delay us getting to the start line. But if the intention from around the table is to go to Middlemarch, we're happy to start that project there. Just noting that we may take a little bit longer in those early engagement phases where there's an additional party to engage with.
Can I just follow up from there? So around the expectation of working with NZTA, have they been engaged with about the Middlemarch project already? How do you see that timeline?
We haven't engaged with them at this point. The initial sort of decision we made as staff was to look at Brighton this year, and then we would potentially start or front foot those conversations early ahead of the next year. So we haven't started that, but if that is the decision, we will get onto that as soon as possible. And I think the idea, of course, would be to try and make the project as simple as possible around those state highway restraints. So it's really just trying to understand what they may be and how to work best around them, just to avoid anything complicated.
I've got Councillors Gaylor, Van der Vissen on. Councillor Gaylor.
I'm just picking up on a point in the paper, hi Mark, is about the Brighton consultation. What exactly did people tell you when you wrote to them? It seemed a wee bit ambivalent. There was neither sort of widespread support or lack of support. So I'm just wondering what you did hear back and how many you spoke to.
So the short answer to that is we haven't really had any positive or negative feedback on that. Again, we wrote to a small number of business and building owners in the affected areas, so those that would likely be affected by the physical work, so around the boat hire, the dairy, the cafe. We did a couple drop-in sessions where we went out to that particular part of Brighton and waited for people to, or set up a time for people to meet with us. We didn't have anyone meet with us during those times. So out of Brighton and Middlemarch, we've had more feedback from Middlemarch than Brighton. But likewise, we haven't had any negative feedback as well, which is really part of understanding the appetite of the community.
Yeah, is there a concern that, how we found with Waikarri that, that the people up there weren't really that keen on the idea after council staff had met with them, that they weren't really that sure where the idea came from? Could it be better to perhaps canvass a little bit more widely before some of these projects are considered, because obviously it's your time as well that you're using. So, it sounds like, for example, Middlemarch sounds like it's more of a confident thing, whereas Brighton not sounding so at the moment, and potentially for others as well down the line. So I'm just wondering, how does the process actually, give you the mandate to go ahead with the work?
I think council gives the mandate to go ahead with the work, but would you wish to comment on that? I just want to jump in about Brighton, especially around the gala day and the Weatherall's involvement with it, or the team that do it. I think that many of us have been to Brighton Gala Day and seen...
Excuse me, point of order, Sophie. I've actually asked a question and I was waiting a response, and you've jumped in with a new question. So I'd really appreciate if that could be responded to.
What's your point of order?
Well, it's point of order around, disruption.
I was just answering that actually the staff don't have a mandate to make decisions. It is council that makes the decisions, and you had asked staff if they have a mandate to do work.
I also asked a border question around process used, and I think Mark was preparing to answer that.
I'm going to jump in here, and just because if you're calling a point of order, you need to cite within standing orders what the point of order is. The Mayor was answering an element of that question, which was around where the decision making lay, because the staff are simply following the direction that Council laid out in the 9-year plan, and Council approved the broader budget for the centres upgrade, and they approved broadly the order for that. Staff are coming back and saying, Council, entirely appropriately in my mind, Council, this is what you asked us to do. Based on the feedback from the community, we think that it makes sense to change what you have asked us to do. So that's what this paper does.
We've just had feedback from a member of the public that they were gobsmacked when the proposal came up for Waikarri. So I think this is a legitimate question to ask, and just a little bit more detail around the process, a very legitimate question, and I don't expect to get a generalisation back.
It's hardly a generalisation, Councillor, to say that it was considered as part of the 10-year plan or the 9-year plan as it was. It's a very specific process, and it's not a generalisation. The fact that you've had feedback from a member of the public has been reflected in what and that feedback, I'm sure, has been captured in the staff report, where they said the feedback from businesses in that area, of which our submitter was one, was that they preferred not to proceed, which is entirely why this paper is here in front of you. I don't think there's nothing more staff can answer around this, because it's been we are simply responding to seeking a new direction from Council because of the feedback we have received from the community.
My point is, it takes a lot of money and time.
Point of order. Disrespect. Talking back to the Mayor and the CEO.
I'll move an adjournment, seconded by Councillor Sims. All those in favour say aye. Against, that is carried.
Thank you. I've been asked to rule on this point of order because it is aimed at, involves both the Mayor and the Chief Executive. I'm not going to uphold the point of order, and I'm going to simply ask the Council to move on with the meeting, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sims. I just have a question about the involvement of the community boards, and that was alluded to in the reports. So there, I'm just trying to think who's with the Middlemarch Community Board is Councillor Weatherall, who's already asked a question. So the community boards have been involved all along in these discussions, have they?
Senior staff have contacted the chairs of the community board to advise that this paper was going up and that identified the centres from their community board area within them, and that's the extent of engagement around that.
And do the community boards and their community plans advocate for certain areas that they wish to be upgraded?
Yeah. Did you want to answer that? Okay.
Yes, West Harbour does.
Yeah, I'm asking this question in relation to the, I guess, to the matrix, which is about the community wishes for certain areas, and asking it specifically, I guess, in relationship to the West Harbour Community Board as well, around their community plan.
Yeah, look, if I can talk generally, because I'm not across the detail there, but we're aware of community groups, and those particularly are from the larger centres where the larger budgets are allocated, that would like to advocate for upgrades in their neighbourhood, and I presume that is also coming through the community boards.
Thank you. Councillor Vandervis on Treadwell and Sims. Councillor Vandervis.
Thank you. I accept that we did approve a budget in the 9-year plan for the Centres Upgrade Programme, and I'm grateful that staff have listened to feedback regarding Wakarī, suggesting that that isn't a high priority for them at the moment, and to move on. My question is, given that this program is essentially an increase in service levels, given that since the 9-year plan we have faced much greater financial constraints and the threat of a 2% cap on rates, would it be possible to pause the Centres Upgrade Program rather than swap the Wakarī proposal for Brighton or Middlemarch or anywhere else? Would it be difficult or problematic if we were to simply pause the upgrade program until we know better how the new 10-year plan is going to pan out?
Is it
That's a decision for council to make. Yep.
It's entirely possible that council could resolve today to pause and not do any further work.
And I'd like to foreshadow that in the event that the recommendation to confirm another program rather than Wakarī, if that doesn't proceed, that I suggest that I'd like to foreshadow that we pause the Centres Upgrade Program as being non-urgent at this stage.
Thank you. Councillor Ong.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. And Middlemarch, we know, has been long overlooked in the context. Its community size is relatively small. Its distance is far from the centre of our city. I want to ask that we can prioritize what's needed for the centres here, because simply when we think about what we need as a strong Dunedin city and what's taking place in terms of
what is your question?
Regional, I'm finishing my question, regional council amalgamation. We want to be protective of the boundaries of our city, and we want to demonstrate we are prioritizing those that have been overlooked in our city.
Question?
Can you prioritize that in terms of what we're being asked for right now here?
So I'll answer that. You've asked your question, Councillor. The paper clearly suggests options that are available for council. It is for you to choose as council what you wish to prioritise.
Right, Councillor Treadwell.
Tēnā koe, Your Worship, and tēnā kōrero again. Sorry, so this one's just on the larger centres. Regarding the transport team's assessment of the large centres, the report states that Caversham will likely be prioritised for safety improvements. That's on page 32 of the report. But then on page 34, under disadvantages with regard to choosing Caversham, it states that it might not be prioritised for safety improvements. So I was just wondering if the team has a strong sort of indication on whether or not it will be prioritised at this point. Just looking for a lead on that, really.
If I can just clarify that quickly. So the transport team is doing a prioritisation exercise, and they're looking at the three centres, Mornington, Caversham and Māori Hill. They're yet to finalise that. And so I'm just cognisant that Caversham is one of those options, but may not be their preferred option in terms of what they generate in their outcome.
So we can't really give a strong indication at this point?
It's one of the three centres that they're considering in terms of areas across the city, so it's within kind of a short list as opposed to a very, very long list. But
yeah, sorry. Yeah, it being on a short list, that's good. Really helpful context. Thank you.
Councillor Sims.
Thank you, Mayor Sophie. And my question is also around the Caversham going on to the major centres. Mark, does the council currently have tools available to it to prevent unoccupied buildings, and in this case fire damaged buildings, from laying vacant for decades?
Thank you, Councillor. No.
Second part of the question then is, do staff consider that tools such as a 500% rates differential for unused buildings in certain locations, which is a tool used by other councils elsewhere throughout New Zealand, might be an effective tool to prevent that happening?
Thank you, Councillor. It is one of the options that we traversed recently, and we'll be bringing back to the Finance Committee on what we might be looking at in terms of rating tools for vacant properties in particular, and some other aspects to your question.
Yeah, it certainly would be a disappointment if the council was spent a whole lot of money doing a centre upgrade and then there was a fire damaged building just left there forever. So that was the reason for that. Thank you.
So, Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you. I've just been reminded of a question, actually. I must apologise. I think I might be responsible many years ago for advocating for an upgrade budget when I was on the West Harbour Community Board. So point 34 around Caversham, Mornington and Māori Hill, and it goes back to the previous question about advocacy from community boards. In terms of those three centres, Caversham, Mornington, Māori Hill, I'm very aware of the fact that Caversham has a very active group working with council, and the other two areas don't have a community board like Caversham. Do Mornington and Māori Hill have a similar advocacy group working with you in the way that Caversham have?
So if I can just point out, the urban design team hasn't been engaging with any community groups across those three centres, but we're aware of the group in Caversham. We're not aware of groups in Mornington or Māori Hill.
Can I just ask questions about Middlemarch, because I'm just the second option that we are supposed to be looking at is method for selecting the larger centre, and I can't see Caversham in the matrix. for the centre, and Middlemarch is actually the highest at a rating of 24, and there's been engagement with the people. With the people in the community. I know the community board have been advocating for a long time. I'm just trying to understand why Caversham was put in as an option when perhaps Middlemarch has the highest need.
Yeah, so within the budget table, we've got two size budgets, a small size budget and a large size budget. The matrix table only covers the small scale centres. That is planned for those smaller budget years. Caversham is a larger centre which would come in at year 4, I think it is in the table now, where it is a larger budget. So we haven't got a matrix for those larger centres at this point.
My confusion arises from where it talks about financial year small scale centres, and my confusion is around Outram is also named as a small scale, and their Middlemarch is in there, but talked as its larger scale. So that's my confusion there, because I would be thinking about Middlemarch as the preferred approach for selecting the larger centre. Is it a larger or smaller centre?
So yeah, we've identified Caversham as a larger centre, whereas Middlemarch is two smaller centres.
Okay. But it's also have you looked at? I guess that it's the entrance to one of the entrances to Dunedin. Does that give it any points in the matrix?
It possibly didn't in the matrix, and the matrix is a broad tool that was covering both a number of suburban centres as well as rural centres. But I must just say I'm entirely comfortable if the decision around this table is to go to Middlemarch. I think one of the markers for the project is really trying to get that in community engagement, and that's what some of these initial conversations are about, and it's appearing that Middlemarch, there may be some support brewing for this. So, it's a really good outcome for the team if we can work together with the community to deliver something that they're really keen to see.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Your Worship. Tēnā koroa. I just want to check something with you, Mr. Maudsley. So, around Caversham, I've certainly been aware of lobbying and advocacy from that very strong community group over a number of years. But I realise with staff changes and changing in roles and things, that can sometimes get lost if there's not a formal interaction. Are you aware of that lobbying and advocacy? And it's not only for Caversham. I'm not as aware of the Wakaiti, although I don't doubt that's happened, but Port Chalmers has been on the radar ever since I've been in local government, which is nearly 20 years. So are you aware of that considerable advocacy and lobbying?
Yes, to an extent. So we've been working with some community groups, and the Waikaiti group is a group that we've been working with actively over the last couple of years. Caversham, I'm aware that other departments within DCC have been engaging with them, and we're aware that there is a group and some advocacy happening there. Port Chalmers, for example, we haven't had any conversations directly, but we're aware that people have contacted elected members. So we've tried to capture that where we know that in the report.
Thank you. That's very reassuring. Cheers.
Councillor Chambers and Councillor Lund. Councillor Chambers.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, you've given us 3 options in relation to Caversham, and I'm reading this last night. I thought I understood it, but I must have realised I'm not quite so clear. Could you perhaps explain the difference between the 3 options?
Certainly can. So there was 2 drivers. One was aligning with DCC Transport and the work that they were planning to do around transport upgrades. The other was aligning with community groups who are advocating for upgrades within the area. And then Caversham being an overlap of those 2, where both it's identified by DCC Transport for potential work there, and also we're strongly aware of the community group. So there's 2 drivers there, and there's an overlap of that which falls in Caversham. Yeah. So the 3 options are either DCC Transport, aligning with community groups, or the third option of actually finding that combination of the both, which is option 1, Caversham.
Councillor Lund.
Following on from Councillor Sims's question to Ms Allen, I do believe that we need to get the buildings used in Caversham before we start looking at improvement. So has a suggestion about using a rating differential for heritage buildings, and of course the vacant buildings in Caversham are all heritage, instead of using, which would be a carrot rather than the stick of the 500% rates increase for vacant buildings. Has any consideration been given to that?
Thank you, Councillor. Again, that will come back to the Finance Committee, just to confirm that you want us to explore that for the 10-year plan.
Councillor Walker?
Struggle how to maybe phrase this, and it might be to the CEO actually. It's a two-part question. Firstly, doesn't history show us that in an ideal world, aligning anything to do with centre upgrades ideally is better placed when you're doing other work, for example, aligning it with roadworks? That's the first part. Yep. My second one is a more tricky one. Those of us who have been around the table have been here for quite a long time, so we've created a sort of matrix system for large centres and small centres, and we've sort of got a list. I'm getting a sense it's a bit worrying that we're now getting into a trading off situation where those lists become corrupted and we're politically advocating for something else. So I'm just sort of putting that out there, that we've already got a back foundation here that appears to me might sort of be corrupted. So the question would be, what was the point of having the matrix back system in the first place? It's definitely rhetorical, but it's a good point.
I think the matrix is... I'll ask a question about... I'll ask a different question, I think, which is back to option 2 about selecting centres for upgrading with planned transport safety improvement work. And I think you alluded previously to the transport team doing some work around centres. So I wonder if there's an option between 2 and 3, which is about the transport centres and working with the community, because my expectation would be that the teams would work with the community as well as with the transport options.
Yeah, so option 1 is intended to be that combination of both DCC transport and that community group advocacy. So the idea between option 2 was that it was aligned with transport work, and option 3 is aligned with active community groups. And then the recommended option is option 1 is actually the combination of both of those, which we know occurs in Caversham. It may be occurring other places, but we're keenly aware that it's happening in Caversham.
And I just thought that one of the disadvantages was that the prioritisation exercise currently being undertaken by DCC Transport may not identify Caversham as the preferred centre, which would, I guess, push me towards option 2. I guess the paper was written more than a week ago. Have there been any changes since the paper was written that would take the disadvantage away from option 1, Caversham?
Look, I would need to check in with the transport team on that, because it's a piece of work they're working on. But it could be that, say, for example, Mornington is their preferred centre, in which case, that might not align with option 1 around Caversham. But we were thinking more around, there's that group that's formed in Caversham that are really advocating for something positive to happen in their neighbourhood, and trying to capitalise on that momentum that the community is building to be able to support.
Yeah.
And if I could, and apologies, councillors, as you know, I only read these papers last night on my return. Mr Maudsley, a question. The minor centres piece, the Wakari, Brighton, Strathtyre, is, to my mind, a separate decision to the larger centres, which is in and out in 28-29. So would it be possible that today we just make a decision about the minor centres, and that that large centre becomes part of the discussion for the 10-year plan? Will that affect anything in terms of deliverability or any of the other programs of work?
So Yes, you're correct. If we can focus on the decision for this financial year so we can get going with that centre. The idea around the larger centre and actually putting this to council was to get some direction as to how best to align the program so that we can go away, do some scoping and some costing in order to bring a report back to the 10-year plan. So it's not a decision at this point if we take out potentially option 1 and just look at what is the driver that council wants to align with. Otherwise we can leave that for later as well.
Yeah. Because again, going to the rhetorical question that Councillor Walker asked, I suspect that the application of the matrix and just plugging some of those centres into the matrix and seeing what then comes out might be what we need to do to then inform the 10-year plan discussion, as opposed to making a decision about that now. Just an observation and apologies because I hadn't only reviewed this last night.
Councillor Sims.
Thank you, Mayor Sophia. Not necessarily wanting to respond to Councillor Walker's rhetorical question, but I asked one of my own. Is it true that Middlemarch rates the highest of the small centres for upgrade in your matrix on page 43?
I think the answer is yes. 24.
So looking at the total scores at the bottom for the Middlemarch centres, and there are 2 there, they're sitting at 19, so they're not at the higher end of that.
One's showing 24, I think.
Oh, I think I've read that wrong as well. Sorry, I read it wrong as well.
The 24 in orange is for Musselburgh, which led into the decision to do Musselburgh in the last financial year.
I read it incorrectly as well. Apologies. Councillor Mayhem.
Just talking about state highways, so Middlemarch you mentioned would be part of an NZTA discussion. Would that also apply to Port Chalmers being State Highway 88 and Waikouaiti being on the main trunk line also?
Yeah, anywhere where there's a state highway running through the zone that's identified as the centre, we're going to need to engage around what's appropriate.
Just talked with the CEO around the discussion around the major centre, and I think it would be helpful if a matrix came back about those major centres. So I will, when I move something, I won't be moving a preferred approach on that. Can't ask how do I ask a question? Do you have many community groups that come and advocate for certain areas? And is it a challenge to prioritise them?
So the one that we've been most actively engaged with is Waikouaiti. We're aware that other community groups are talking with other parts of council, but that's the one group that we've had the most involvement with, and we've tried to detail that in the paper.
And how do groups know that you exist to come and communicate with?
It's a good question. Some people are aware of us, and there's potentially people that are not aware of us as well. So we try to do as much as we can to get out there and engage with community groups when they reach out to council, but it does depend on that connection being made.
Thank you. Councillor Ong.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. And I want to ask on Caversham, because it's clear from here, high number of vacant buildings described as run down, neglected and embarrassing. We know there needs to be a lot of work done there. At the same time, can you have Enterprise Dunedin focus on the area to see what can be done economically and in terms of events to ensure that some of these vacant buildings, commercial vacant buildings, are addressed? Can you have that apart from what you're looking at in terms of the upgrade work, to say to Enterprise Dunedin, can we look at this area to see what can be done in terms of maybe a bit more focus economically and events, which Enterprise Dunedin is responsible for?
So, just to pick up on that, there's the ability to make the connection between building owners and the Economic Development Department, but we don't necessarily have the tools in order to drive that change for private property.
It's not private property. It's to say Enterprise Dunedin is responsible for economic development and community events. So as to say, can we have different units of our council connect more closely to see what can be addressed collectively as well?
the economic development team of business advisors work across the city.
Councillor Gary, then Councillor Galen.
I just want to check in with you again, going back to that matter of how people lobby and advocate. If we were to track some of those groups, and it's to the Mayor's point, if we were to track some of those groups in terms of their presentations and submissions to annual plan and long-term plan over many years, that's where we would have seen them come to. And also via do we take into account the community board's community plans, because sometimes the community board comes and advocates on behalf of, so presumably that all comes into it, does it not?
Yeah, we can take a more broader look at some of those things to make sure that we're picking up all of those submissions that are coming through to council through different avenues, so that we can pick that up into this piece of work that might evolve out of looking more closely at the larger centres.
Because it would be the case, would it not, that if someone's come and made a submission, they expect us to know as a group. One department might know well because they're interacting with them. Thanks.
Councillor Galen.
Yeah, it's quite a lot of money. It's 8.5 million. Just tallied it up. And just to Councillor Vandervis's point, have all of these proposals gone through the 9-year plan? And also to Councillor Gary's point, have they all been, I guess, put in there through public community consultation processes, or are we now talking about something that is more staff driven?
If I can just clarify what you mean by proposals, so in terms of the LTP, the budget allocation for the overall program has been set.
Yeah, and just, I know that with these processes like the 9-year plan, community groups will come and talk, or there'll be quite a lot of lobbying. Were these centres, the smaller ones and the larger ones, did they come out of the the submission process and the consultation process for the 9-year plan? What I'm trying to get at is, it is quite a significant amount of spending. Is it possible, if that wasn't the case, that we then need to put it back to 10-year plan discussions for our next one?
So to answer the first part of that, the Centres Upgrade Program I think was initiated around 2012, so before I was here, but I understand that it picks up on the 2GP centres zones, so those are the zones identified in the district plan for commercial activity and neighbourhood centres, so that's where the centres themselves have been identified. The other part to that is that the LTPs have been responsible for setting the budget for the program, and of course it's then linking up the selection of centres and the budget to move forward with a particular project like Musselburgh.
Do you think that it does sound quite complex? I suppose we could all agree on that. Do you think the public, understand that, and therefore, I did pick up with Musselburgh, for example, that there was quite a bit of surprise that project had begun, and I know it's worked out pretty well and looks good. But I'm just wondering about the public consultation side of it. Should we go back to the drawing board with this one?
So I think the program was established in 2012, and I think it's really important. We've got some really tired-looking centres around the city. There's around about 30 centres in total, once you add the large ones, to the list ones listed in the matrix. So if you're kind of looking at a very long-term program of potentially 30 years to update these centres, and the longer we leave it, the more tired they get. And I think there's an opportunity to support local businesses in the communities, to make neighbourhood centres more attractive for people. It encourages walking and cycling down to the local centre. So I think there's real danger in not going ahead. But it is a parallel process of setting the budgets through the LTP, and then through a series of reports to council selecting the identified centres that can be delivered under the program, with decisions like this around which centre to put into which financial year, depending on the scale of the budget available.
Could I ask whether or not it's possible we can put more weight on public consultation and public views, given what has just happened with Wokari and also with Musselburgh at the beginning. It wasn't exactly a smooth flowing process, and I know that there was quite a lot of criticism and a bit of surprise because a lot of these businesses, while they need
question.
Yeah, sure. I'm just wondering whether or not you take into account the fact that they also need their parking, and the disruption can actually disrupt their businesses as well for some period of time. So is all of that coming into play in what you're trying to achieve?
We do, and we try to take a very cautious approach in terms of starting with asking for feedback from affected business and building owners as to what they would like to see, and then going back to them with some early concepts, and then going back to them with a revised concept. But it's also important to note that the project is really limited to amenity upgrades when it's not paired with a transportation component. So it's really around those footpath spaces, and there is some disruption, of course. It's inevitable. But it is relatively small scale, and it doesn't really have the scope, or doesn't have the scope to make parking changes.
Right, I'll move that we adjourn for 10 minutes, 15 minutes to 10 to 11, seconded Councillor Sims. All those in favour say aye. Anyone against? That is carried. Oops, where's Councillor Sims? So there he is. Would you like to pop the resolution up on the board? On the screen, thank you. Can everyone read that?
Yes, it's the wrong way around. Substitute Brighton for Wockery. It's the wrong way around.
Oh, okay.
Yep. Close though. It's just my poor drafting, apologies.
How about just confirms Brighton the Centres Upgrade Programme?
Which one? Do you want me to change to? Yep, I think
That'll be fine. I think we all know what is meant,
yeah,
and there
I
is.
think we need to say that because Wockery is currently
Okay.
in there.
Okay. And Councillor Sims, you wish to move there, and Councillor Weather, are you seconding? Okay. Councillor Sims, would you like to speak to the motion?
In moving this, I'd like to thank the staff firstly for the comprehensive report they've given, along with the decision matrix, and also to further my congratulations. I think congratulations to the council for the outcome of the upgrade at Musselburgh, which was delivered under budget, and I think the result was very, very good value for money. I think in also moving this, the council is recognising the feedback from the Waikari business people who were firmly opposed to the upgrade as proposed there, and then we're making a decision then to shift that spending and shift that program of work to Brighton, which I think will benefit from that. And also the second part to that is to send a strong signal to the Middlemarch community that they are effectively next cab off the rank, and that work will start in this financial year towards the upgrade then being done in the further financial year at Middlemarch. So I strongly recommend this motion, that we are responding to community feedback. We are continuing with program of work to upgrade our minor centres throughout Dunedin, and prioritising Brighton, but also giving a similar priority to the Middlemarch community at the same time. Thank you to the seconder, and I recommend this motion. Thank you.
Councillor Weatherall.
Thank you, Mayor Sophie. It's been a good discussion today. If there was one thing that I've learnt in my time on council, is that everything we do revolves around budgets, and consultation is a must to get positive outcomes. So I'm pleased to second this upgraded motion in support of Brighton and Middlemarch. I'm also encouraged by the inclusive process council is using to form a final design in partnership with the community. At this time, I also feel we should not lose sight on the bigger picture and acknowledge we will still need to join the dots between many areas around our city, so we can transition from a fragmented network to a connected city. The Saddle Hill Community Board have long been asking Council to deliver a safe, connected shared pathway from Green Island through to Brighton, which will maximise both safety and a return on the investment we are about to make. And I hope this latest commitment will bring such a path into reality much sooner than the progress we have been able to provide to date. The recent Portobello shared pathway extension also reminds us that very high design standards can come with a very high price tag, particularly where there is no government co-funding, which carries huge ramifications for our city's debt. So as we continue to develop the Green Island to Brighton connection, I hope we can find practical, affordable solutions that will achieve the same safety outcomes while keeping debt under control, without continually being fixated on the mentality that the gold option is always the best. It's great to see the process of consultation has started in Middlemarch, and I feel it would be an injustice if Middlemarch was leapfrogged in favour of another area where consultation had not yet started. Although it's close to the perimeter of our city boundary, Middlemarch is a very much and valued part of Dunedin, and it's fantastic to see the centre's upgrade program should concentrate on a positive outcome for the township very soon. So overall, I think this is a sensible report. It shows staff are listening to communities, coordinating projects where practical, and making prudent use of ratepayer funds. I'm happy to support this recommendation. Thank you.
Councillor Hall.
Thank you. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you, Mayor. I support this motion with moving on to Brighton for the centre upgrade program due to the process is well underway. Then after, we would move on to Middlemarch. Community support matters. These upgrades work best when they're developed alongside the people who use the centres rather than imposing on a community that is not presently convinced of their value. Staff believe the work can be delivered within approximately 80% of available budget. That makes it sensible and achievable situation. For the larger 2028 project, Caversham appears to be a strong candidate. It has an active community group, clear opportunities for improvement and potential transport safety work that coordinated with the centre upgrades. However, I do not want to preempt the transport prioritisation process. The final decision should be based on a demonstrated need, community backing, and the ability to coordinate the different council work streams efficiently. I'm happy to support this recommendation.
Councillor Ong.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. And I make my comments as what I believe to be the only truly independent city councillor on the table. Well,
point of order.
In the context of that, I think it's quite clear.
Point of order, disrespect to other councillors, 25.2. I've called a point of order, and I know someone has to roll on the point of order. Just stop speaking. I've called a point of order. Councillor Sims will need to roll on the point of order.
Thank you, Mayor Sophie. I'll uphold the point of order. There's no need for disrespect during the debate. I'd ask you to withdraw the comment saying that you're the only independent.
I just said earlier I withdraw the comment. I'm going to rephrase that. I think it's fair to say I'm shunned by most of the elected members here, the majority. Okay, I think that's fair.
Councillor Ong, I just need to be very clear that you have withdrawn the comment regarding...
I'm going on to make my speech, if I can, my ad hoc speech, if I may. I've withdrawn the comment already. I'm going on to the next point.
Thank you.
May I continue, please?
Yes, you may continue.
Okay. Well, it is very good if our decisions are made as being independent driven versus what is from time to time perhaps politically driven decisions that impact widely across our community and impact widely across what different parts of our communities receive. And sometimes you might say that different parts of our community, they are smaller relatively in size, they are further away relatively in distance from right here in our Dunedin city centre, but each and every one of us in our communities need what they have to need. And so when we think about ourselves, Dunedin City Council, local government, we are truly unique because we cover 2 electorates. That's something that's broadly on our countrywide level. And at the same time, we're truly unique because we do have the major political parties across these 2 electorates. And so when we think about more broadly the considerations that we have as well, which is regional council amalgamation, now that is part of the community pressure we will be seeing right now. And the community pressure is to say there are certain areas of our city that are going to be and have been subject to possible land grabs. What does that mean? It means...
Point of order.
Yes.
25.2C, irrelevance.
just... Sorry, could you explain a little bit more?
Councillor Ong is talking about land grabs. It's got nothing to do with the amenity upgrades of our city. It's totally irrelevant.
Thank you. I will, and don't argue. I will uphold the point of order. Could you please speak to the matter, which is the Centres Upgrade Programme and the resolution that is in front of us? Dice, can you stop talking over me? I've just asked you. Now you may continue.
It's crucial that our city centre upgrades are prioritised right here, right now, while we have that opportunity to do so.
He's spoken.
It's crucial that we have these centre upgrades effected for those communities that have been overlooked. And our staff recognise this because they are listening to communities. And our staff as a whole are independently out there and addressing what we want to have our elected members address. It's clear right now, different areas have been overlooked. They need the upgrades. If we're not upgrading what they need, then we may not have that opportunity in the regional council amalgamation that's taking place not too far away. And that's why exactly what has been set forth here is something that needs to be prioritized. So I commend our staff for the work they've put out here, but it's to say that some of these things really should have been done for the different communities here a bit earlier in time. That's not our staff's issue. That is our issue as elected members that we need to address. So I support this motion. I support it wholeheartedly, but wait a minute, I'm saying at the same time, some of these things should have really been prioritized, not at this point in time where we're right around the corner from a major event in November, and we're right around the corner from something else, which is the regional council amalgamation. It's taking place right now. And do we have a chance later on to do these things for parts of the communities that may or may not be part of our scope in time to come? I support this motion. I hope we effect it as soon as possible.
Councillor Treadwell.
Tēnā koe, Your Worship. Firstly, I just want to commend staff for a fulsome report and for their great work in Musselburgh and also their efforts to engage with the relevant communities throughout this process. I do want to express a little bit of disappointment actually as a resident of Waikari, and I just want to speak in support of the patients residing at Waikari Hospital, who I really don't want to see characterised as a threat to the community. They're entitled as much to amenities in their surrounding area as anyone else. Additional to that, you know, in the summer I will often see kids from Waikari Primary on the lawn on the west side of Helensborough Road, you know, gathering and having ice cream from the dairy, or similarly at the bus stop on Taieri Road in that area. So I think there's be reasonable to say that amenities would be well used there. However, staff are acting in our direction, and on the feedback they received through the consultation process, the decision to pivot to Brighton is appropriate. And I hope that reassures the community that these consultative processes have a direct and real impact on our actions as a council. So I will be supporting this motion. Ka mihi.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Your Worship. I too want to comment. I found it actually very offensive the way that those in Waikari who have mental health issues were described. I think that's really unfortunate to have them characterised as a threat to the community. There are many things going on there, and that was not a helpful part of the conversation. However, turning my mind to the resolution, I'm very happy to support it. I thank the staff for their work. They are doing the job we asked them to do. A group in the community have asked us not to do the work at Waikari, so we are pivoting to Brighton. And I know the staff will work extensively with the community. What I have found in the past is that sometimes people forget between the time that we have submissions and we make decisions as a council through the annual plan and LTP process, where we set the budgets. It can sometimes be a long lead time into actually doing the work. That's just how it works. We can't do it all at once. That's around budgeting issues. And then the community forgets that. Sometimes as new people move into the community, and the question is, why are we doing this? So that is problematic, and when the staff first go out to re-engage at the time, just before the project's ready to kick off in terms of design phase, there's this astonishment. So that is not the staff's fault, that is the fault of the long lead time and processes of council. I am pleased to see both of these communities us looking to upgrade their centres, because there's no doubt that that amenity addition does make a difference, a positive difference to communities.
Councillor Galen.
It's great to see that we're showing some of these suburbs in Dunedin a bit more love and attention. They certainly need it, and I commend the list that's been put in front of us. I just have a few concerns around the consultation process, as I've indicated through my questions, that when we have a planning process, it would be great to see when we get reports come to council, the referring back to that planning process and the submissions process, which I know as a council we put a lot of money and effort into gathering those community views. And while Councillor Geary is quite right that sometimes there's a long lead time, nevertheless there should actually be some record of people that have asked for particular upgrades in particular areas. Because what we did see in Musselburgh was a bit of a community outcry, and okay, it's on Facebook, and not everybody likes Facebook, but still it's a method that people use to put their point of view, that a lot of people were blindsided by that and surprised by it. And we still have some community feedback, and one of the people in the public gallery here today said to me in the break that it has not worked well for access in and out of her street. So it's not a perfect process, but I would like to see a little bit more. And when I spoke to business owners during the election campaign as well in Musselburgh, some of them were really surprised that the work was going ahead and they didn't really know what the purpose of it was, and there was actually a park that was lost for businesses there in that area. So, I just think we need to tidy up that work a little bit, and I would like to see more information in these reports about when there is community demand for work like this. Because let's face it, we're looking at about $8.5 million worth of work in total. That's not chicken feed. And there are so many things that the public is asking us for in terms of infrastructure and stormwater upgrades and roading upgrades, where I just think we owe it to our public to provide a very high standard of justification for any work that we do, given the need in the community for a lot of basic infrastructure that we have. So while I'm in favour of this, and I've just seen a letter from Colin Weatherall at the Saddle Hill Community Board, and he's supportive of Brighton getting this upgrade, I still think that there is work to be done around the consultation side of things, and I very much look forward to the discussion as part of the 10-year plan around these larger centres. And I would hope that we don't, it felt today very much like there was a little bit on the hoof, and there was a little bit of, mixing things up between larger centres and smaller centres and what we're being asked to do today. So it'd be good to actually have the time and sit down and look at these proposals a little bit more, with a little bit better discussion than what I feel we've had today. I will support this. I think it's great that Brighton people, so far from what we've had indicated, are keen for this. What I would like to ask, though, is that whenever we do make a decision like this that involves Brighton, I can see this actually being quite newsworthy, that we do a social post and also a media release which puts it out there into the community so that they're not so surprised as the Musselburgh people were when the work started there. Just to account for those long lead times, I think it would be good to keep the comms up there. And that's really all I have to say. Thanks.
Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Mayor Sophie. I'm just writing a bit more here. Like Councillor Gaylor, actually, I just want to echo my nervousness earlier around sort of that sort of starting to do things on the hoof. I think that was a point well made. But I'm glad we've gotten to this point. And also, I just want to also just speak about Walkery also, and two other councillors have. I also feel a wee bit sorry for this amazing part of our city, and I have no doubt actually at some point hence that residents from the Walkery area will come to council and say, hey guys, look at what's happening over here, why aren't we part of that? And I think we'll have to be prepared to tell them the story of why others are getting spruced up ahead of them. On top of that, I think the biggest mistake always we can make as a council is to not invest in things, and you know my history around this table, and not investing in city improvements I think would be a travesty. I was, as I mentioned earlier, I was involved back in 2007, 2008 as a member of then the Chalmers Community Board, which is now the West Harbour Community Board. And I was actually then at the forefront of advocating for a specific upgrades budget line in the long-term plan for smaller and medium-sized centres, and that was based back then on the perception, whether right or wrong, that a disproportionate amount of dollars were being spent or focused on city centre upgrades while neglecting smaller centres. So the fact we have this budget line now, I think we should celebrate it actually. So it took an effort to get it there. And I still think now, as I did back in those, so long ago, 2007, 2008, there's a massive danger for us not investing in improving and upgrading some of our very tired centres, and they are tired, and there are a lot of them. I don't see it as a cost, but rather as an investment in our communities, in our businesses, and of course, really importantly for me, in signalling that we care and take pride in the places in which we live. And I say that coming from the UK, where if you want to see dowdy, run-down, depressed centres, take a wee visit to anywhere outside of London. And also just, I can't end without mentioning this, just be careful what you wish for around the table, because to pull back funding, and no disrespect, I mean, it was suggested by Councillor Vandervis in his potential alternate motion, so pulling back funding for upgrades will just lead to continued neglect, continued degradation, and ultimately a lack of investment in the very places that are and should be the heartbeat of this, what is a very large city actually. And finally, and moving forward, I can't stress the importance of trying where we can to align any city centre upgrades with other work that's going on, particularly in the transport space. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Land.
Well, I acknowledge that this program is part of a council resolution, but I do not support that. I agree with Councillor Vandervis that this represents an increase in service level, and it is in fact the very definition of a nice to have. The stated aim of the program is about to improve the look and the feel and the usability. It's notable that this is something that we as a council have initiated. The neighbourhoods concerned haven't asked for it, and the one of the two neighbourhoods so far have not been keen on it, have rejected it. They did note at paragraph 16, some feedback from the residents was that the cost of work was cited as a concern, as well as the necessity to upgrade was also questioned. Now, we as councillors can, say that was only one person, but I'm grateful to those residents and businesses at Waikiri who, even though they would have benefited from the work, decided the upgrades weren't needed and it didn't represent prudent spending when we have far more pressing matters. And I don't believe a budget of nearly $9 million in this current long-term plan can be justified while we have an infrastructure crisis. With this and the playground upgrades, there's nearly $20 million that would pay for a lot of pipes in South Dunedin. It would more than cover the cost of the work to the Mosgiel-Gordon Road roundabout solution. And so I support the idea, Councillor Vandervis's foreshadowed motion to pause this work until the long-term plan process, because to proceed now would effectively commit us to a large centre upgrade ahead of the long-term plan. And I believe that this will be one of a long list of items that will be subject to some intense scrutiny, budget scrutiny. I also believe that the matrix needs revisiting. I'm not convinced that it's a good way to rank the various centres, because we had Waikiri ranked as the second highest or equal second highest neighbourhood, yet the residents concerned were not keen on it. Moving now to the large centre, to Caversham, we've got the solution back to front. Having pavers, planting and some seating in front of decaying buildings is not going to draw people to the area. It's not going to revive it. What we need to do, as per the question from myself and Councillor Sims earlier, we need to support the redevelopment and the revival of those buildings through various means, maybe the Heritage Fund or maybe rates relate, because until we have a functioning buildings and a reason to visit those centres, we are not going to create good urban outcomes. I think I will leave it there. Thank you.
Councillor Vanders.
Councillor Lund has made many of the points which I was going to make. But I'd like to make some more as well. The feedback from Musselburgh, although it was lauded in FYI and various other places, that I got was not positive at all. I've had a lot of complaints regarding Musselburgh, particularly regarding the disruption and the fact that it went on for so long. It was months. The end result, questionable, and some of the people that have rung me to say, well, you know, so they've changed things around a bit, but really, what was the point? $300,000, when you look at some of our other budgets, doesn't seem like an awful lot of money, but it's still damn near $250,000 for what is only able to be characterised as nice to haves. The idea that we can deal with the 2% rates cap when it's forced on us, and that we can continue with a 9-year plan that budgets to have $1 million a week in interest paid for most of the out years in the 9-year plan, makes a mockery of the idea that somehow, because it's in the budget, we can afford to do it. I don't believe we can afford to do it. This is an increase in service levels. I understand that staff have a bit of momentum and would like to bang on, but given that the proposal for this year was Waikiri, and given that it's not probably all that wanted and not going to happen, what would be the problem with simply pausing rather than essentially what's proposed now, accelerating the process to now quickly crack on with Brighton? I'm not convinced that we are responding to community feedback. If you were to ask most of the people concerned with any of these centres what they would like $300,000 spent on, I don't think that the answer we're providing would be the answer that they would provide. Certainly not to me. So I can see why, you know, there's always a lot of motivation to spend money. Spending money gets you friends, basically, and makes some people happy. But you've got to look at all the other people, the vast majority of people that are paying for it. And with the severe reshaping of the budget that we have to get into, now is the time to actually start saying, do we really want to spend another $300,000 of what is going to simply add to our debt, or are we going to start being responsible now and say, well, actually this could wait, nice though it might be? I think we should wait. We should pause this whole process.
Right, I'll speak now. I do want to, I too am concerned about the characterisation around Waikiri. I have friends that have been patients there, and I am, and that wasn't nice. The The Brighton and Middlemarch upgrades I do support. Brighton, many of us have been there for the gala day and seen the challenges with actually crossing the roads there, so it needs to be made safer and a more amenable place to visit. And I see the support from Colin Weatherall there as well, who his family put a huge amount of support into Brighton and in creating events, etc. there. Middlemarch is a gateway to our city, so it's really important that we do have upgrades there. It's a lot of visitors that come through there, especially on the rail trail, and especially when we get the train back to Middlemarch. They also have the Platypus Museum, or I call it the Platypus Museum, but it's actually the Middlemarch Museum, which has the, I'll call it a gold mining submarine, so I'll just give it a plug there. The Middlemarch people have worked long and hard. They've got a promotion society now, so I think that it's a really important place to do some investment. We'd absolutely, when we're saying nice to haves, we need to invest in our city. Many people have talked here about losing population, etc., and if we don't invest in Dunedin, we will become dingy Dunedin and more people will leave. We know we are competing on a national and international market for people or stage for people to come and live in our city. We know that the quality of life survey had us as the best place to live in New Zealand, and people love their lifestyle here, and if we don't invest in our city, then we will go backwards and we won't have ratepayers to do that. Thank you to the team for the matrix. That's really useful, and I really appreciate the professional look that you have at those centres and bringing that advice back as well. We really do need to listen to our community. We've had many community boards come here over many years advocating for areas. We've also had people come through the annual plan and the long-term plan, and sometimes I think councillors may remember bits and pieces, but I think we need a better way of recording which centres are asking for those upgrades. We have quite a few tired-looking centres, and we do need to pay attention to those. Certainly West Harbour, and I was just looking at the Cruise Action Plan as well, are looking for some work done in Port Chalmers. Well done on the cost saving. We always appreciate that, and appreciate the sense of doing the work with transport work or any other work that is occurring in those centres as well. We also need to look at the community boards' community plans. I think they need to just have a little bit of uplift to make sure that those are included, and also I guess making the public aware of what we do, and often the public are not aware until we're at their doorstep doing something, because council is a long process. As one of the councillors has brought up, that we will be doing our long-term plan, and sometimes it will take us years to get to the actual work, but I think there are many people that appreciate the work that we do. I have driven past Musselburgh. I know there's a new business in there as well, and these things do take time. And we also just need to make sure that we are taking people with us around this. When we are doing the consultation, I think Councillor Gay mentioned doing social media posts, etc., as well as mail drops. I think we were informed around election time that some people just don't check their mailboxes, so we do need to think about a multi-pronged approach. The rates cap, it's a 2 to 4% rates cap. Not passed yet. We're working within our long-term plan, and I really want to support us doing those centres upgrades, those major upgrades, and keeping to create this is the best place to live in New Zealand. Councillor Feso.
Tēnā Your Worship, I wasn't going to speak, so I'll just briefly say, as far as I know, legislation has not been written to take the four well-beings out of our responsibility. So we need to be talking about economic, social, environmental and cultural well-beings. And when the legislation is back in, well, we'll debate that too. Secondly, as far as I know, rates capping legislation has not been written yet. So why are we talking as if it's come in? We need to make decisions according to the current Local Government Act, and we need to be making decisions that uphold four well-beings, and as the Mayor said and other colleagues have said, we need to invest in our community, and we can't be sitting from our privileged position saying, oh, this is a nice to have, this is a nice to have. Everything is vital. everything is vital, especially for uplifting our people who are seriously suffering.
Councillor Sims, your right of reply.
Thank you, Mayor Sophie, and I'd like to thank those that spoke in support of the motion, and just wanted to sort of run past some really important points that I think came up. Councillor Weatherall's valid point that the council must work hard to improve our city, but also at the same time must work hard to derive strong value for the ratepayers' money. Councillor Hall acknowledging that this motion responds to the feedback received from the Waikerī business community. Councillor Wrong, I think I picked out of there the recognition that the outlying communities are a really vital part of Dunedin City, and I appreciate that point. Also, Councillor Treadwell, Councillor Gary and Mayor Sophie made the important point that the residents of Waikerī Hospital are also an important part of our community and shouldn't be characterised as anything but that. I also fear that the Waikerī community may live to regret their shopping area not being upgraded, but consultation is important, and staff have certainly listened to the feedback from the business community of Waikerī, and that must be acknowledged. Councillor Gaylor's encouragement for detailed community engagement on this and other facets of council, I think that's a really vital point, and Mayor Sophie also recognised the same point. I think we have to continually keep improving our efforts with community consultation, and I think there is a danger that we've seen here today, and it bothers me a little bit that we see a danger here that if we don't consult with as many people and as a wider scope as we can, we do run the risk of noisy individuals and noisy communities dominating what goes on around this table, and I think that is actually a real danger, and I guess it concerns me that people of Waikerī may have actually missed a trick here. Councillor Walker's encouragement for continued improvement throughout the city, recognising the importance of the suburban shopping areas, I think was a good one. And also Councillor Walker touched on the same point that I've made, that noisy elements can dominate it if we don't get the consultation right. I recognise Councillor Lund and Councillor Vandervis's concern around this program of work, but as Councillor Lund identifies, the long-term process later this year is the time to address these concerns and gives this council the opportunity to fully review all OPEX and CAPEX lines within the council budget, and I for one certainly believe there are very significant savings available to us. Mayor Sophie spoke in support of both the Brighton and the Middlemarch community, also recognised I think the huge amount of work that some of the members of the communities do in those areas, and it's certainly something that I've seen for myself. It emphasised the need to continue to improve our city to maintain the attractiveness of our community to existing and potential community members. And lastly, also heard Councillor Lefiso emphasise the need to continue to invest in our community to lift up our people. So thank you, and thank you to those that are supporting this motion.
I'll now put the motion by division.
Councillor Chambers.
Aye.
Councillor Gaylor.
Aye.
Councillor Gary.
Aye.
Councillor Hall.
Aye.
Councillor Fiso.
Aye.
Councillor Lund.
No.
Councillor Mayhem.
Aye.
Councillor Ong.
Aye.
Councillor Sims.
Aye.
Councillor Treadwell.
Aye.
Councillor Vandervis.
No.
Councillor Walker.
Aye.
Councillor Weatherall.
Aye.
Mayor Barker.
Aye.
Carried 12-2.
Thank you. We'll now move to item 8, the proposed trade waste discharge plan 2026 and proposed trade waste bylaw 2026 with Mr. McKendry, Mr. Campbell and Ms. Baker to speak to the report.
Kia ora tātou, Mayor Sophie, councillors. I will say a couple of words just to clarify this one. The report is seeking or recommending approval for a draft trade waste discharge plan, a draft trade waste bylaw, and to proceed to community consultation on those documents. There are a number of documents attached to it, and there is quite a lot of detail in them documents. But we essentially have an existing trade waste bylaw 2020, which we believe is effective, and we're not seeking to materially change that bylaw. The Local Government Water Service Act 2025 requires us to now have a trade waste discharge plan, so we're essentially separating out information that was previously in the bylaw into a trade waste discharge plan and a trade waste bylaw. So it's largely a change to the administrative structure of the document. There are two exceptions to that, or two notable exceptions to that. One, the Local Government Water Service Act makes provision for us to issue infringement notices related to trade waste, which we have included in the bylaw. And two is some administrative changes to the kind of terminology we use around some grades of our trade waste discharges. And so with that, I have Ms Baker and Mr Campbell to help me answer any questions you might have.
Okay, I've got Councillors Vandervis on Lund. Did I see a hand go up over here? Yes, thank you, Councillor Treadwell. Councillor Vandervis.
Thank you. Does central government not already basically specify what standards have to be met with trade waste? And given that it's a national issue and will be similar right across the country, why is it that individual councils need to have their own bylaws?
Yeah, I'm not aware of any national standards or sort of legislation specifically. There are sort of industry groups which we are part of. Fundamentally, trade waste bylaw is to protect our people, our trade waste system, our treatment plants and our people, as well as to ensure that we can adequately recover the costs associated with treatment of that trade waste. And so at present that's defined by the water service providers or the operators of those facilities.
Yeah, I get that, and you've made it clear in a very comprehensive report. What does surprise me, however, is that this issue of trade waste has got to be similar for all cities in New Zealand. There are environmental standards that are national that have to be met. Why is it that individual councils are having to produce these voluminous bylaws when really it's a national issue that one bylaw should fit all?
Councillor, if I may, I just don't think that's a question we can answer. That's a question for policymakers in Wellington, I think. Just to add to Mr McAndrew's earlier comment, I'll just clarify that there are standards for discharges of wastewater to the environment, but the trade waste bylaw is managing or making standards and rules for discharges of trade waste to into the network. So we're regulated as a discharger to the environment and through a bylaw, and we and many other councils seek to manage discharges into our network so that we can meet the standards for discharge from the discharge point to the environment.
Thank you, I get that. Just to finally nail the point, is our bylaw significantly different from any other city in the country?
Not significantly different is how I would characterise it.
So in fact you could have a single template bylaw that would be the same for everybody. We wouldn't have to go through all this work.
In theory that would be possible, but we're not aware of a nationwide template that we can pick up on. I guess I would also emphasise, as is said in the report, that the Dunedin City Council has had a trade waste bylaw since I think 1987, so there's been iterations of this developed over time and it has worked well here in Dunedin.
Councillor Ong.
Thank you, Your Worship. Now, our trade waste bylaw still goes back a number of years since it was reviewed. At the same time, we have had both on present and past council tables an increasing focus on zero carbon and environmental sustainability. We know that from the recent council meeting the last time as well. So why do we not need to update this bylaw in the time since when there has been a greater amount of industrial activity in our city. Same thing countrywide, which is the purpose of reviewing. Why do we not need to update this now when, as a city, our industrial activity has grown and there has been a tremendous amount of focus and spending on zero carbon?
So what's your question, please? You've repeated some statements twice. What is the question?
I think it's clear to our executives, the question. Why do we not need to update this bylaw?
We are updating the bylaw, and there's an opportunity for people to provide feedback through the consultation process. I don't believe it's the primary mechanism for zero carbon.
Have you not provided an opinion to say you don't feel it needs to be updated since the last time, which was...
So, Councillor Ong, did you listen to the preview when it was talked about why... No, don't interrupt me. No, don't interrupt me, Councillor Ong. It was explained at the start when the staff made their comment that this needed to be updated. It was an administration update because of the new Local Government Water Services Act. So I think that you need to read paragraph 1. Now I'll move to Councillor Lund.
Hi, Mr McKendry. I've got 3 or 4 questions, but the first one I'd like to just explore around the issue of permits. Now I see at paragraph 28, you say that the existing bylaw is working well and it's not materially changed. And in that bylaw, you only need a permit when the trade wastes exceed certain limits. But now, one of the big changes in this bylaw is that all discharges need a permit. That's correct, isn't it? Isn't that going to create... Well, firstly, do we have to do that under the LGWSA? Because it seems to me that we don't.
At the moment, we have classes of trade waste that require a permit, and we have classes of trade waste which are required to be registered with council. So basically, it's a very similar process, but as long as they meet the list of characteristics that we have in our bylaws, they just have to register as opposed to getting a permit. The swapping to having them get a permit isn't actually any necessarily additional process for those operators. It's just a change in our system that they will then be issued with a permit that says, yes, this is what you'll be meeting.
Thanks. And I couldn't see any note about the fees and charges. Is it proposed to increase those as a result of that?
The fees and charges are set through the annual plan and long-term plan process, so they're as in that process.
Does council have a consistent charging policy in regard to what wastes are charged by volume and what are annual charges?
Yes, the charges are based on a number of parameters, including strength of the waste and the volume of the waste, and they're all laid out in the fees and charges.
It's probably quite... You don't have any sense as to which are, in terms of the percentage, are they mostly by volume? Are there...
No, each anyone who discharges under a trade waste permit is charged by all of those parameters. So there's a component of the cost based on the volume, a component based on the strength, and a component based on a couple of other parameters. And that's based on cost recovery of the costs that we incur as a result of those sort of parameters.
Just lastly, at page 86, there's a mention of flow meters, that certain trade wastes require flow meters. Under this new bylaw or the new legislation, is it proposed that there will be a significant number of extra flow meters required and that will have to be installed by businesses?
No, there's no proposal to change that. It depends at the moment on the types of business and what they're producing as to, and if they're monitored. Often it's that they have a flow meter in place depending on what the arrangements in their permit are.
This new bylaw is not creating any change.
Councillor Treadwell, then Councillor Gaylor. Councillor Treadwell.
Tēnā koe, Your Worship, and tēnā koutou. Councillor Lund's put me on a few of these questions, but I got one left, which is just a question of clarification. So the LGWSA specifies infringements and fines, or gives provision to do so. Are we compelled under the LGWSA to include those as part of our bylaw, or is it just a practicable means of enforcing that regulation?
I'm not actually 100% sure, I'm afraid, Councillor. I would say yes, it's a practical step that we would recommend to include those the ability to use infringements as a compliance tool in the bylaw. Whether or not it's mandatory for us to include them, I'm afraid I'm not sure at the minute.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, it was just unclear from my reading. It's all good. Sure.
Councillor Gaylor.
Yeah, my question was around infringements as well. I know that, obviously introducing them will be quite a big move for you. In what ways will that help with compliance, and what kind of problem has driven you to introduce those as normal methods? Politely asking, not working. Infringement notice is going to be really useful for you, and how?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. We don't have any really significant enforcement mechanisms available to us currently, and our primary mechanism and the way we prefer to work is through education and working with our Trade West discharges. And so we haven't worked through the detail of how any enforcement, or there's some examples in the document, we haven't worked through the detail of exactly how that would work. But it would be used as a last resort where we were unable to make progress through education and working collaboratively with discharges.
Is there demand for infringement notices from, for example, from your staff unable to achieve a good result through education and other processes?
Yes, but I believe it would be in very rare and unusual circumstances.
Have there been any major circumstances that you can think of that have led to this?
We probably have one or two examples where enforcing compliance has been challenging, and we work, as I said, educationally, and there are some other pseudo mechanisms we can use as we work with those discharges, and so maybe one a year, maybe one every few years.
One last question, just how compliant in general are our industries with dealing with their trade waste in Dunedin? Do they generally do a good job?
Yeah, I would say we generally have a good relationship with the majority of our discharges. We have an enforcement and education officer role and a trade waste compliance technician who go out and spend time with those discharges, and generally we have a good relationship.
Councillor Ong.
Thank you, Your Worship. Now, it should be clear to us, this is a community service here. When it comes to infringement notices and the amount that we earn in terms of the budget here, we have seen from other units it has come above budget. In this case here, from the revenue that's earned from infringement notices, can you have that so that that's providing financial support for the businesses that need metering equipment to be complying going forward?
I see we have legal counsel here. Eleanor, you might like to answer. Ms. Bunt. We'll need a microphone. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. The question about infringement notices for any type of infringement, whether it be parking or food related, when the ticket is paid, yes, the council receives that money. When the ticket is not paid and it has to be filed with the district court for enforcement, that's when I get involved. The money then is payable to the Ministry of Justice. It doesn't come back to us.
We have across our council units a total amount that's earned from different types of infringements. We're not talking one by one each infringement notice. We're just talking simply the figure that we see for every unit every year. There's a specific budget. There's a specific amount of revenue that comes in. So can that final figure be used to provide financial assistance for businesses and community members after that? Simple. Can that be done?
Technically, yes, but at the minute that revenue received is used to offset the cost of the activities where the revenue is collected against. So it defrays any other rates that would be then used to cover the cost.
Sorry, Councillor Ong, push the microphone before you finish speaking. Councillor Lund, do you have a question?
I do. It's just to follow on from Councillor Gaylor's question. It's just a general information. Typically, with your compliance team, what is the most problematic industry? Is there one?
I'm sorry. You need to be careful about that answer in case you identify, and so that might be something that we might need to just think carefully about answering.
If we're talking about industries, that
yes, but for example, it may just be a single. So I'd be just a bit careful about that, John.
Yes, I would only say I don't think there is a particular industry. That from time to time there are issues across different discharges, but I wouldn't highlight a particular industry.
Are like fatbergs a major problem for us in our wastewater system?
We would believe qualitatively on the data we have been that we possibly have less of a problem with fatbergs than other cities in New Zealand or other countries in the world, and one of the reasons for that, we believe, is that we were relatively early adopters of trade waste bylaws and have had education and compliance in place for a lot of years. So one of the concerns we always have is if we were to say increase the costs too high or push people to avoid those rules, we would then incur costs in other areas.
Thank you. It's excellent.
Right, I will move the recommendations, which is just as per the paper around the bylaw, which you all have in front of you.
So,
thank you. Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Councillor Vandervis. Thank you, team. And in moving this, option one, the advantages are obviously clearly that it complies with the statutory requirements for bylaw and trade war discharge plan making and associated public consultation, and it enables us to progress towards making a new bylaw and trade waste discharge plan to manage the discharge of trade waste to the wastewater network that reflects the current legislative and regulatory provisions. And I'm sure that Councillor Vandervis will have more to say.
Not much really. The report is very comprehensive. There's just one detail that was mentioned earlier that I think is perhaps a bit misleading, and that is the idea that we have a whole lot more industry now that's contributing to trade waste. If you look at industry that we've lost in the last few years, there have been some fairly big ones, major trade waste ones as well. The PPCS Freezing Works, the Green Island Tannery, Cotton Soft, Greg's Coffee, Cadbury's, Ravensdown Fertiliser Plant, Dart Engineering, Bradkin Foundry. We have lost a lot of industries. So not only do we not particularly need to worry about increased levels of trade waste, we also have, on another matter, a fair amount of spare water capacity that a lot of these big industries used to use a tremendous amount of. So the move to want to get everyone to have new water meters is not really pressing on account of capacity as a result of these close downs, but very happy that the proposal to basically not change much in this bylaw is there. I would have been happier if government simply specified and had a template for all cities to do this and save all the individual councils a lot of work in producing this kind of work. Thank you.
Councillor Lund.
I'm always sceptical when I hear about the solution for any problem to become an education program, but I am very heartened today to hear staff say that we're actually ahead of the curve and doing very well in relation to other cities, because we did actually adopt an education and guidance program for industry, and I think staff would be commended, and I think we're in very good hands.
No one else? I don't really think I need it. Oh, Councillor Ong.
Yes, of course. Thank you, Your Worship. So I want to speak to some points that have been raised, and that we on our elected table serve all across Dunedin City, all across our communities, which does stretch very wide. And while we have been losing industry within the city centre vicinity of Dunedin, what is that? the 5-6 kilometer radius from our CBD right here. At the same time, we do have communities that have been, relatively speaking, economic success stories. And that's very clear. For example, Moscow has seen a growth in industrial activity. It has seen a growth in congestion. It has seen a growth in the population, as opposed to Dunedin City as a whole, which has very statistically and literally declined in the last financial year. So of course, we need to be looking at how our bylaws address the growth of industrial activity and waste discharge in certain parts of our city, while at the same time other parts of the city have literally been losing industry. That's true as well. But it's not the case all around. And we're here to serve all across our communities, which does stretch quite far and wide from where we are right now here. So, aside from that, in all practicalities, this is a community service that's to be addressed. It's not going to be a commercial revenue driver. But if we're earning income from infringement notices, if we're earning income that's coming in from compliance regulations which are quite onerous and aren't being complied with simply because they are very taxing on our community businesses and community members, then I think it's fair to say, practically speaking, how can we use this income that's coming in every year as a final figure to provide financial assistance to our businesses and our community members to ensure they have the tools, the meters and everything else that's required going forward to comply with these environmental regulations? Because we are a progressive city, and part of that objective for many years has been to be environmental friendly and to have, well, reduced carbon emissions, and this fits all together with that.
I won't exercise my right of reply. I would put the motion. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against? That is carried. We'll move on to item 9, the draft local alcohol policy with Mr Henderson, Ms Wright and Mr Cottam.
Thank you, Mayor Sophie. I just wanted to acknowledge the attachments A and B were inadvertently duplicated. Attachment A, local alcohol policy legislative matters, wasn't included as a separate item, although the information was covered on page 131. So just to confirm, pages 174 to 220 are duplicates. And again, apologies for that. Happy to take questions.
Thank you, and I'll just note that when I move, I'll move D, that we will note that the Hearings Committee will be appointed at a future council meeting. Councillor Sims.
Thank you, Ms Sophie. Again, a comprehensive report and easy to read and understand, I think, but I had a couple of concerns. And page 117, off two suggests that the draft LAP may have a possible option of no new off licences in North Dunedin, and then designates the area. Is there any concern that that measure may be anti-competitive and hands a significant commercial advantage to existing operators within that area?
Oops. Morena, Mayor Sophie, kia ora tātou councillors. That option is now being subsumed within the option, within the restriction within the draft LAP that there's no new off licences in New Zealand deprivation areas 7 to 10, so that is a broad area, and that's based on the evidence and information that we've received. from a range of stakeholders, information we've been able to draw upon. The existing licences can still continue to operate, as can new licences outside those areas.
Sorry, but the question is, there's no conflict with the commerce laws.
Right, I have councillors Treadwell, Weatherall, Ong, Chambers.
Tēnā koe, Your Worship. Just two short ones, if I may. Tēnā koutou. I fear I asked this last time we discussed the potential LAP, but how was the 200 metre distance arrived at with regard to, like, from sensitive locations or from existing off licences?
Sure, so we're seeking to extend that from what's currently defined in the current LAP. We're drawing upon examples from other LAPs around the country. 200 seems to be around about the sweet spot that most settle on, taking into account the potential impact or sensitivity of young users, or young people attending the likes of playgrounds, schools, education centres, and so on. And again, drawing upon evidence that we cite in the research report around exposure to premises, alcohol, advertising and marketing for young people around licensed establishments.
Awesome, thank you. And now that you mentioned it, actually, I think I recall a comparisons to other councils. My second question concerns OFF number 5, which is the single sale of 5% or greater strength beers. What are we using as our definition for craft beer here?
Okay, we've defined that in the definitions. So, in the statement of proposal contains a copy of the proposed draft, and there's a definitions list at the back there. So, craft beer is defined in there. I can recite it for you if you wish.
No stress. Apologies for missing it in the reading. Thank you.
Councillor Weatherall.
Thank you, Mayor Sophie. Do staff have evidence showing that reducing supermarket and other off-licence hours by 3 hours will materially reduce alcohol-related harm in Dunedin, rather than simply reducing convenience for responsible purchasers?
The evidence we're drawing upon, bearing in mind that it's an evidence foundation, is sufficient to draw upon, that it is a reasonable hypothesis for what we're proposing. So the evidence we're drawing upon is national-based research that shows a reduction in hours when it comes to accessibility and availability of alcohol results in a reduction of alcohol harm. Certainly around the country, the 9 p.m. closing for off licences is becoming the norm, is becoming pretty standard now. Christchurch and Auckland, for example, have adopted that.
Councillor Ong.
Thank you, Your Worship. Part of my reason for providing the crucial deciding vote for our in-house homelessness outreach service and the 2 new staffing advisors that are involved from here on is so that can connect to our draft alcohol policy. So first question is, can you going forward connect with those 2 outreach advisors to ensure our policy reflects what they see on the ground to address homelessness and alcohol usage? And at the same time, can you describe, not necessarily now...
Just one question at a time, please.
No, that's just a simple yes or no answer. Can you, going forward, connect with our 2 outreach advisors to ensure the policy reflects what they highlight to you and simply connect and work closely together? That's all.
Thank you, Councillor. Yes.
Okay. Councillor Chambers.
My second question, if I may.
Oh.
My second question is, this can be done offline. Can you see how, within this very detailed policy you've done, that connects directly with our homelessness outreach service that's in-house, so that it's going to be very collaborative in how we address homelessness in our city going forward?
I think that question's already been asked and you gave an answer.
No.
Councillor Chambers.
Anyway.
You asked a question about a homelessness outreach and alcohol policy, which they answered. Well, I was going to actually pull up irrelevance for 25.2.c, irrelevance, which is not about the matter in front of the meeting. However, we'll move on to Councillor Chambers.
Yes, on page 117, off 4, off 6, the banning of buy now, pay later schemes. Now, I know that some alcohol retailers do themselves not accept some sort of credit facilities on these buy now, pay later schemes of their own volition. But isn't there a danger that by making it a rule of this council that you're sort of discriminating against people who can only have access to some one form of credit as opposed to those who have access to more other forms of credit, such as credit cards? In other words, you're sort of discriminating against people who are less well off in their...
We don't think so. The evidence suggests or shows that utilising such schemes leads to more impulsive purchases and more drinking harm. So the types of buy now, pay later schemes that are in operation are typically around like Afterpay, Klarna, those sorts of things, where it can be ticked up and paid off later. Certainly some of the feedback also we received from the likes of Takaika. They talked about the impact that has on families incurring extra debts around impulsive late night purchases that you have to subsequently pay off later. So people can still use their credit cards or debit plus cards as usual. Yes, you can do that.
Councillor Gary, then we've got Councillors Gary, Gaylor, Walker and Lund. Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Your Worship. Tēnā koutou. I realise that I don't think any of you were here during the last LAP, but I'm sure you will know this. Just for the benefit of newer councillors around the table, could you just give us a summary of the history of that and the challenges of that, kind of where that landed and the review, the legal review, and then where it landed then?
Certainly some staff were around at the time. I suppose the point to note is that the legislation has changed since Dunedin City Council last adopted a LAP. So in other words, now it is much more straightforward or easier to contain a range of limitations or conditions within a LAP, so you don't have to go through the litigation that councils had to do previously to try and prove a direct causal link or anything like that. So a precautionary principle can now be undertaken. We had a significant court case in the Auckland LAP that we refer to in the report there, where again a precautionary principle is sufficient, a reasonable evidence foundation is sufficient, and it's a policy decision of council based on the preferences of the community. So in other words, it's easier and more straightforward to develop a forward-looking progressive lab.
Thank you for that summary. And would it be correct if I was to say that council decided on a LAP, it was taken further up in the court system and challenged, and there was much more capacity for that challenge under the previous legislation, and we did not get the opportunity to put those items in the last LAP that we had hoped would reduce harm. A lot of them had to be changed. Would that be a reasonable summary of where we landed?
That would be a reasonable shorthand summary. So really the matters of challenge would revolve around process. Did we carry out the review properly? And if any conditions were completely disproportionate to the issue that was trying to be addressed. So if you take the example of the glass condition in there, we've tried to put that in such a way that yes, we recognise it's an issue, but describing it in such a way that we think it's a proportionate limitation and still places the burden of proof, if you like, on there being sufficient evidence for such a restriction. Paragraph 24.
So my final question is, we've got the best chance that we've had for a long time to get a LAP that meets with the needs to reduce harm this time round, which we didn't achieve last time.
Yes, following Council's direction last year in August 2025, where you directed us to engage more actively with stakeholders, including the tri-agencies, that's the alcohol licensing team, the police and the medical officer of health. We've taken a two-stage engagement process to do that, engaged widely and broadly. You can see that in the attachments that we've put on the report there. So we think that we've developed a draft LAP that is progressive and as forward-looking as possible at this point, for ultimately the Hearings Committee to receive submissions and then make recommendations to Council.
Thank you for your answers and for the fulsome evidence provided.
Can I just quickly follow up on the glass factor, because I know this has been brought up by the university, so and by many people as a concern, and I saw it in there as well. Could you just please expand on, I guess, what the council might or might not be able to do about glass?
It's not so much what in paragraph 24 there, the proposed conditioner's wording, it's not so much what the council can do, it's if a new licence is applied for or renewed and there are concerns around glass, then we're saying in this policy that those agencies or people or organisations who have such concerns, then the District Licensing Committee would need to be furnished with a reasonable degree of evidence for such a restriction to be imposed. We did check out the Emergency Department and ACC figures, and at the moment there's not a sufficient causal link. So if you cut your hand, ACC might show it's the third finger on the right hand or something like that, and if there's glass involved, it could have been a glass window, a jam jar or a glass bottle. So at the moment that evidential base isn't there for council to be proactive. This would be the first example of such a condition in any LAP around the country.
Councillor Gaylor, Walker, Lund and then on. Councillor Gaylor.
This is very, very comprehensive, and it's great to see a lot of these new measures coming in and able to be brought in now. Would you say that this is going to be a major change for a lot of businesses and also for, I suppose, consumers in the city, given that I can see here that there are a lot more measures that we're doing now or proposed to be done that will prevent harmful drinking?
First point is it's a proposed draft that we'd go out for a submissions and hearing process that we've noted before. We think that based on the engagement we've carried out, the evidence and information we've sourced, that the limitations and conditions in here are proportionate and appropriate to address the issues concerned. It's our opinion that most licences will be able to comply fairly straightforwardly and readily with them. We will also note that, apart from the glass one we've just noted before, there are examples from other LAPs around the country of all the limitations and conditions that we have in here. That said, our one is probably the most rounded, would gather up the most. So ours would probably, as it currently stands, be the most forward-looking one.
Yeah, so that means that there is quite a bit of change, does it not? That's proposed here for people.
There are some changes proposed in there around, I guess, location restrictions around hours. We don't see it as being an outlier compared to other LAPs, though.
And just around these figures here on page 119, so you've done pre-consultation or pre-engagement, and you've got quite a lot of figures there where people sort of partially agreeing or not agreeing. Do you anticipate that this will bring in a lot of public feedback?
It's hard to know. We will put it, if council approves it, it goes out to a special consultative procedure. In 2024, we had 83 responses.
What sort of comms plan have you got for this special consultation procedure? I see there's hearings involved and so forth, but what type of marketing are you going to do? Because what I'd really like to know is whether or not you're going to be able to get the student voice and others, businesses interested in submitting on this.
We would carry out our standard marketing advertising campaign around published advertisements, around social media, around on Instagram. We will also advise all the organisations that we engaged with in stage 1 and stage 2 that we're carrying out, if Council approves the draft of course, that we're carrying out a special consultative procedure.
Councillor Walker?
Yeah, first of all, it's been largely, I was going to ask about the Supreme Court decision of the Woolworths Auckland, that's been answered. Just a generic question for everybody else. We should never lose sight in any of this that the fundamental requirements of the Act are still those two main planks about responsible drinking and, of course, reducing harm. That never changes.
Correct. Correct. This, as we noted in the report, the objects of the Act, that completely guides us in the formation of a draft plan.
And sorry, just assurance to Councillor Gaylor, I was involved last time. Absolutely no doubt that the student body will be heavily involved in the submission process.
Councillor Lund.
Just referring to that judicial decision on page 132, where it says that LAPs can legitimately be policy decision based on preferences and do not need to be strictly evidence-based. Does that mean that if council were of a mind to, it could go out for consultation on the option that we could actually ban alcohol sales from supermarkets by virtue of deleting item C of policy 18.2.1.4 at page 135? Sorry, Paul, should have told you before. So the decision is at page 132, the recent judicial consideration.
Sorry, just to be clear, Councillor, on that, you're talking about 18.2.1.4 there?
Yeah, at page
135?
Yeah, hopefully I have the right reference, but would it be as straightforward as that if we were of a mind to, we would say we're considering, not allowing supermarkets to sell alcohol in those areas, and what's the public's feedback on that?
Okay, so if, for example, if I understand your question correctly, so if you were talking about a proposal to ban supermarkets or not allow supermarkets to sell alcohol at all, we would submit that would probably fail the test of being a proportionate and reasonable measure in terms of the issue that's trying to be addressed. In other words, we think you'd probably be taking a sledgehammer to a walnut. And that, the second point to note is that a local alcohol policy can impose higher restrictions or conditions than what's provided for in the district plan.
I take your point and accept it, but we do know, if you look across the ditch at Australia, they ban alcohol from supermarkets. So I think that's a very powerful argument, is it? You're saying that if council were to promote that, are you saying that the chances of losing, it would be appealed by the supermarkets, obviously? But to your knowledge, has any council looked at doing that?
Thank you, Your Worship, Councillor. If I may assist, the decision in Woolworths actually said that while my friends are saying it doesn't have to be evidentially based, that's perhaps a stretch, there does have to be some evidence, and it has to be reasonable. And so it would fail the reasonableness test. So there has to be a connection between the condition you're trying to impose and would that condition therefore meet the objects of the Act. And there also has to be consideration for the consumer of the alcohol and the seller of the alcohol. And you have to weigh these competing factors up. And I don't think we'd ever get there in light of the decision in Woolworths.
Would it not be relevant that there are many other off-licences in the areas where the supermarkets are selling, and there's plenty of choice? So would that not weigh heavily in the reasonableness test?
it would be a matter for the courts ultimately, but no, because as your friend Councillor Sims has already said, we have to not be anti-competitive. We have to enable businesses to function, and to limit one, like progressive enterprises, for example, any big organisation from trading would be anti-competitive and unreasonable, and the courts would strike that down.
So why hasn't Australia had those same issues? How come they've been able to do it?
I'm not familiar with the laws of Australia. I can't assist.
It would, yeah, okay. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to ask Mr Henderson, because as councillor appointed to the Sophia Charter, I wasn't in attendance at the last meeting, but could you tell us the interaction around at the LAP and anything else of relevance, Mr Henderson?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. Certainly there's a high interest from the Sophia Charter, as you would expect. The key area was around the glass and the ability to submit for the consultation if approved by council today. We did indicate at that point our early thinking is that we were going to struggle to put the glass condition in there, and I know certainly the Vice Chancellor wrote through to Mayor Sophie, and that's why we have included it in for consultation at this stage.
And just to clarify, OUSA is part of that group, is it not?
Yeah, certainly multifaceted OUSA, FENS, police.
Before I allow Councillor Ong to ask a question, I wish to bring up a point of order. Councillor Ong has posted that there is no big surprise that our far wrong Mayor Barker has consistently, since day one, denied my right to ask questions during public forum question time in our council meetings whenever she can. Same thing this morning. That's 25.2.B, disrespect.
May I respond to that,
No,
please?
you may not.
Oh.
I'll adjourn the meeting. Seconded. Councillor
It's on
Gary,
live
all those
stream.
in favour say
we
aye.
can check back the live stream since day one and determine if
meeting back to order and ask people to take their seats, please. Could people take their seats, please? Councillors, seats, please.
Thank you. I'm upholding the point of order, and I'd like to defer to the CEO to give the explanation because it is reasonably complex. Thank you.
So, thank you, Councillor Sims. The Mayor raised a point of order in discussion with the Mayor and Councillor Sims. This is slightly nuanced, so this is a point of order under 25.2E, which is for a breach of a standing order. The standing order that has been breached by Councillor Ong, and my advice to Councillor Sims, is the one in relation to conduct and disrespect. And so I have provided advice based on 19.2 and 19.3 in the standing orders, and I've provided advice to Councillor Sims on that, which I think he will now relay to Councillor Ong.
So, Councillor Ong, I've upheld the point of order. You are now required to remove the comment from Facebook and to apologise. Don't cut me off, I'm speaking, please. If you fail to do both of those things immediately, you will be removed from this meeting.
The adjective.
You don't have the option of arguing. This is not a trial. You just have to either comply with that. Listen to me and stop interrupting. You either have to comply with those two instructions, or you will be removed from the meeting.
Well, allow me to, before you wrongfully remove me, it's been complied with already prior to your speaking. If you want to be checking social media,
This is not an opportunity for you to have some sort of trial. This is an opportunity for you to remove the remarks and to apologise to the Mayor. If you do not do that and you continue, you will be removed from this meeting. This is your last opportunity.
It has already been removed prior to your speaking. Now, I don't want you to be looking at social media while we're at the meeting.
So just, excuse me, but if I may, so for clarification, you have removed the post, correct?
I have removed an adjective which can be debated on. So everything else there is perfect.
Yeah, and say he needs to apologise.
Please don't check social media while we're at the council.
Councillor Ong, are you going to apologise to the Mayor?
I will state I have withdrawn a subjective or objective use of an adjective.
This is not a debate. Councillor Ong, this is not a debate. We accept you've removed the post. You now need to apologise to the Mayor. We're running out of patience. You need to either do that or I will...
If I'm going to be wrongfully removed from the meeting, I apologise if I'm going to be
That's not acceptable.
So I apologise.
Okay. That's an unacceptable apology. It's a reserved apology. I'm now going to ask the security to remove you from the meeting.
I apologise, and you can leave it as being very open-ended. Now, please don't come and physically escort me out as you've done before. I've already stated 2 words. I apologise.
Still on the Facebook page.
Now, if you want to strip me from my right to vote wrongfully,
I'm going to adjourn the meeting for 5 minutes. Seconded, Councillor Walker. All those in favour say aye. back to order, please.
And Mr. Miller, that wasn't for publication.
Did we have any more questions of staff? Councillor Gaylor.
Just finally, just wondering how this policy and the changes in it, draft policy, will prevent our student community from wanting to, party in gardens and cemeteries and the like. Because, we all know that they need to be in a more controlled, it's better for students and they prefer it to be in a nice, warm, controlled environment, such as a pub or a bar. So how will these changes promote that, as opposed to allow the continuance of this type of unfortunate behaviour, which I actually feel a little bit sad for them for, to be honest?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. I'm not sure the policy in itself will help with that, but certainly, again, in respect to the Sophia Charter and the working with OUSA, the university themselves, it's been widely publicised that they are still actively looking to try and find something like a location where they can create a bar or something where they can drink safely. So, yeah, I'm not sure the policy in itself will particularly help that, but certainly the work that's going on around that and trying, particularly the student union and those organised events that they do are well received by the police in most cases. I guess it's the ones where they're not planned and coordinated, which are the high-risk ones.
I'm just seeing some reference, particularly Mark Scully's from the Hospitality Association, his point of view that, that some of these restrictions and ideas could actually push people out of their bars and onto the streets into less safe environments. Just wonder whether or not you've assessed the measures in relation to this comment that he's made.
I think some of those comments were made, that was in relation to the one-way door policy, for example, that we'd proposed when we put a series of ideas out for discussion. So in the draft, we got to a point where we decided, coming back to it, here we go, here. Just coming back to it again. That's right. So we've decided, based on feedback, including that received from Hospitality NZ, we've decided in the draft policy to stick with the same one-way door policy. So I guess we've taken into account that feedback.
Thank you, everyone, and thank you, team. I will move the recommendations apart from, I've just changed D, that the hearings committee for the local alcohol policy will be appointed at a future council meeting, and I just needed to get some advice. The chair of the hearings is on leave at the moment, and there's a legal measure about who should and shouldn't be on it. So in moving this, I would really... Oh, seconded. Sorry, Councillor Sims. In moving this is a really important document for our city around responsible drinking and reducing harm, and this has obviously been rather a long and complicated process, but I'm glad that we are going to be going out to consultation with our community if this passes and looking to address alcohol policy in our city, which is really, really important about the way that the city runs. I really appreciate the staff talking about the evidence foundation. I think that's super important when we are making decisions like this, that we base it on the evidence. We've had a lot of community and medical professionals talk to us about the harm that alcohol can do, but I also respect that alcohol is part of our social lubrication in our city and part of the vibrancy that attracts people to the city, including our students, and we want to make sure that they have access to alcohol in a safe and enjoyable way. That said, I will take speakers. We've got Gary, Gaylor, Weatherall and Chambers. Thank you. Councillor Gary.
Tēnā koe, Your Worship. Thank you to the staff for this really great report with all of the evidence around it. I was around when the last LAP was consulted on and landed on and was challenged and successfully challenged, so that we had to land in a different place. We have got an opportunity this time to try to address the issue of reducing alcohol harm. And I particularly noted the key alcohol-related problems. The 1,400 alcohol-related emergency department presentations each year at Dunedin Hospital between 2022 and 2024. Between 2012 and 2021, this city had the highest age standardised rate of hospitalisations, wholly attributable to alcohol in the country. The New Zealand Health Survey, Otago region, heavy and hazardous drinking, high levels. ACC claims we're the second highest in New Zealand for alcohol-related harm. In 2022 to 2025, over 2,000 drink driving offences and the 3,255 incidents of alcohol-related family harm. And I was particularly interested to see the relationship based on research, the relationship between accessibility to alcohol and its consumption and alcohol-related harm, and how that is particularly associated with deprivation levels and ethnicity types. The evidence for higher alcohol outlet density and the higher rates of harm and the effect on children, and the issue of remote online sales of alcohol, the availability and accessibility, and the association with increasing consumption and a risk of hazardous drinking. And finally, the buy now, pay later elements, and again, that accessibility to alcohol and the risk leading to impulsive purchases and the harm resulting from that. So all of those are very compelling evidence, and it is my hope that we're going out to consultation. This decision is about approving the draft to go out to consultation. We will obviously hear from the community. For those who have a commercial interest in this, they will likely have one perspective. There will be others from the tri-agencies. And I'm sure that it will create a great deal of interest. I thank the staff for doing their utmost to include the glass matter, even though that's been really challenging. And just putting on my councillor appointed to the Sophia Charter hat for a moment, that has been, as Mr Henderson mentioned, something that has been raised over quite a long period of time by the Charter. The Charter group's doing a lot of work in the background on reducing harm. So we need to make sure that we have a thorough consultation and then we go to hearing as the process defines. So I'm very happy to support this and remembering that we're not deciding on anything today in terms of the policy. We're basically deciding to go out to consultation.
I've got Councillors Gaylor, Weatherall, Chambers, Mayhem and Hall. Councillor Gaylor.
Well, this is brave and much needed policy making, and I congratulate staff for literally taking the bull by the horns. To my mind, this draft policy promotes significant change in the alcohol sales industry and hospitality sector in Dunedin, and it will have wide-ranging impact. And it's very appropriate to have the highest level of council consultation possible afforded to this key process, so I think that's excellent as well. To get this right, though, we must listen and act on the views we get. The best policy is innovative, realistic, and responsive to feedback, where we show we've actually taken people's views on board. So this is only a starting point. As a council, we must figure this out with the public, hospitality businesses, and young people working alongside us, not against us. I have no doubt, as with a proposed change of this magnitude, there will be outcomes, staff and city authorities that they have not thought of that will come to light during public feedback. In some cases here, there may need to be compromises to protect our business community from failure. I took extra note of Mark Scully's submission from the hospitality group. We do not want to exact further pain on an important group of hospitality businesses for our city that's already struggling for their existence in some cases. Times are tough for many in this category, and we all know how much we appreciate what they provide for us as a community, so we don't want to lose them. And here Mr Scully's concerns run in parallel with my own. As a mother of two girls who've just graduated from Otago University and also a graduate myself, for the safety of young people, we cannot afford to lose more bars and venues where drinking can happen in controlled environments. It's much safer for them to congregate in bars and restaurants than in parks, overcrowded parties and cemeteries. We cannot leave control to the ambulance at the bottom of the cliff, people like our fantastic and dedicated campus watch teams, the police, St John's and hospital staff. There's a saying that nothing good happens after midnight, and if ever you've ventured out and about on George Street at that time, you'll see town can be a dangerous place for vulnerable young women and a violent, intimidating place for both men and women alike. You literally walk the gauntlet down our main street, and then our overworked police and staff in ED pick up the pieces. They can see the senselessness of alcohol harm, the cuts, the bruises, the head injuries, the broken limbs, and at times lifetime paralyses and even death. People have lost their loved ones in Dunedin due to alcohol harm, and Sophia Cristani lost her life in an overcrowded stairwell at an unsupervised student party. But we cannot stop the fact that young people are drawn to each other like moths to a flame, and you cannot blame them for wanting to be together and for wanting to let their hair down, given the life pressures they face in their late teens and 20s. This draft policy takes us from a very permissive position to a far more regulated one and represents a tougher stance on alcohol in the city than we've seen in decades. Excessive alcohol sales are tackled at source, putting the onus on establishments not to serve people after a certain time, to limit sales of fast-acting pure alcohol drinks such as spirits after midnight, and number of drinks you can buy at one time. In a suite of measures, these are really protective and really good. I'm relieved to finally see greater restrictions on supermarket sales in particular. This is where the cheapest alcohol bought late at night perpetuates alcohol harm. Many people won't like these restrictions in the moment, but they, their parents and our healthcare community will be thankful the next day, I can guarantee you that. At the same time, this policy cannot drive venues and bars out of business and result in further decline in venues available for students to safely congregate. So before I can form a fixed view on this bylaw, I really want to hear from the community. What would be a poor outcome of this policy is for alcohol problems to be driven elsewhere, as we've seen in the student quarter in past years. And it's very sad to see students of age forced to congregate in cemeteries and parks on cold nights. It's not been smart of Otago University that those safer places like the very great Gardy's Tavern no longer exist, and students feel their only option is to buy alcohol from the cheapest place, then trudge up to a park in Opaho where they can get drunk with little or no supervision. I lived in Opaho for 25 years and I saw the effects of that. So I'll just cut this a little bit short because I'm running out of time, but we need policy which recognise these young people are adults and they'll make their own choices. We just need to make it easier for them to choose safer venues to have fun, and we need to look after those businesses which do provide those safer venues. So I look forward to the consultation.
Councillor Weatherall.
Thank you, Ms Sophie. I am going to be short. I am going to support this going out for consultation, but I want it to be clear that my vote today is not an endorsement of every restriction in this draft. Of course, we should absolutely take alcohol-related harm seriously, and the figures in this report show there is a real issue. But good policy also has to be proportionate and targeted. My concern is that we risk making life harder for responsible businesses and responsible consumers, without being certain we're actually addressing the behaviour causing the harm. Restricting supermarket trading hours, for example, may reduce convenience far more than it reduces alcohol abuse. I'd rather see us focus largely on the problem behaviour, the problem premises, and the areas where the evidence clearly shows harm. So I support consultation. Let's hear from the community, the hospitality sector, retailers and health agencies, and then make sure the final policy is practical to support the majority and not the troublesome minority. Thank you.
Councillor Chambers.
Yeah, thank you. It's a very interesting bit of work and very extensive, and a lot. And clearly, the principle is that if we can in some way restrict the availability of alcohol, supply of alcohol, it might have some effect on the adverse effects that people suffer as a result of becoming intoxicated or consuming a lot of alcohol. They may work. These new changes might have some impact, and as we can tell from the case law, you don't have to prove it in terms of irrefutable evidence to introduce these changes. You can try things and see if they have some effect. And so to that extent, I think the things that are advised are worth trying, and I'll be supporting the motion. But a lot of the information that we've seen today has come from the emergency department, and that's partly because we do screening tests when people arrive in the emergency department, have been for many years, in relation to alcohol. Not to label or judge the individual patient, but to provide us with this sort of data that we can use about how is the role of alcohol in people presenting to the emergency department, and which perhaps part of town they come from. And it gives us all this information that we can use. But I'd like to particularly talk about the emergency department in general and look at the detail on page 210 on the table. Because a lot of information there on that table about alcohol presentations to ED in the past few years and in relation to alcohol. And the first thing I would say is that the numbers of people coming to the ED over these years is remarkably steady. When you look at about 45,000 patients, and when you can work it out quite easily. Roughly a third of people attend an ED a year. So if your town's 120,000 people, you'll get about 40-something thousand attendances, and that's how you can plan the size of your emergency department. But the places we hear that things are going out of control in the country are particularly those towns that are growing in size, like Christchurch. So their ED literally can't cope because the population's increasing, and on a population-based level, the numbers of ED attendants are going through the roof. Whereas it's not quite what's happening in Dunedin. So that's interesting. Attendances are actually fairly stable. When you look at the alcohol in relation to alcohol consumption, we can see that from 2018 to 2024, the number of people who've attended with wholly alcohol-related problems has gone down from 248 to 144, which is a trend in the right direction. And alcohol being as a cofactor has gone down from 1,800 to 1,200. So I think the trends are going in the right direction in relation to alcohol related ED attendances, which is good. And that may be related to bylaws, it may be related to people changing attitude to taking alcohol because it is harmful. And that message is coming across quite clearly now, I think, especially to the younger generation. Now, so it's funny how you can look at you look at the same information and draw different conclusions. When I look at that table, some people might look at it and say, oh my goodness, lots of people with alcohol-related problems attending the ED. When I look at that table for 2024, I can see that about 1,400 people attended with alcohol-related problems to ED, but 42,000 people attended the ED who were stone cold sober. And that's the problem. That's where the work's coming from. We're not, in fact, awash with drunken people stopping us from caring for everybody. We're awash with people who are ill and injured, most of whom are not affected by alcohol. So now you may say, why am I emphasising this point? Because when I've been arguing for resources over the years for the ED, I've often been. You can tell the people on the other side of the table think the ED is just full of drunken students. But that's not the case. In fact, the ED is full of ill and injured people of all ages, and that's why we need proper resourcing. So that's the message let's do.
Councillor Mayhem.
Thank you, Your Worship. Updates to the local alcohol policy are important because they align our licensing settings with the current evidence. And the evidence supporting this, there's been high and concentrated harm, 1,400 alcohol-related A&E presentations annually, 797 hospitalisations attributed to alcohol. The police recorded a whopping 1,100 alcohol harm incidents, and we have 216 alcohol-related claims to ACC. As a student university city, we have a responsibility for pastoral care of young adults, and this is broader than the Sophia Charter. It's about education and support for our young adults. noting there are a number of risk factors around availability and exposure to alcohol. Off-licence outlet density is more than twice as high in higher deprivation areas, and this is linked to increasing harm and inequality. There's evidence and stakeholder feedback supporting a reduction of trading hours and managing the locations of outlets near sensitive sites, limiting externally visible alcohol advertising and to reduce youth exposure to harm. It's very telling that the quality of life surveys show 70% of respondents perceive that alcohol and drug-related antisocial behaviour is a big issue. There are sustained community concerns. The New Zealand Health Survey indicates Otago has the highest level of heavy and hazardous drinking, with a high rate of heavy drinking episodes. Alcohol contributes materially to deaths, hospitalisation, cancer registrations, violence and property damage, and it carries large societal costs. This reinforces the need for effective local controls. There are implications of highly inequitable and concentrated harm, especially in North Dunedin and higher deprivation areas. We hear that Dunedin has specific harm highly concentrated by the crime indications, the ED presentations and the evident hospitalisations. I support a targeted local alcohol policy measure to reduce the availability in high-risk locations, limited market exposure and set clearer, proportionate licensing conditions and hours. I really look forward to the broad consultation and the interest that our community will have in this. Thank you.
Councillor Hall.
Thank you, Mayor Sophie. I support the draft local alcohol policy out for consultation. Alcohol-related harm is real, and the Council has a responsibility to consider practical, evidence-based measures that may reduce that harm. However, we must also be honest that these restrictions will affect responsible businesses and customers. So each measure needs to be justified by evidence and proportionate to the problem it is intended to address. This is consultation. It is not a final adoption. I want to hear particularly from police, health agencies, licence holders and event organisers and communities experiencing the greatest alcohol-related harm. A policy should not be judged by how strong it sounds. It should be judged by whether it produces measurable reduction in harm without creating unnecessary consequence. I support consultation and will consider the final policy in light of the evidence and submissions we receive. Thank you.
Councillor Treadwell.
Tēnā koe, Your Worship. I would like to take the opportunity to thank the staff for a really excellent report. It was incredibly thorough and a pleasure to read, even going to the extent of showing the consultation documents that would be going out were this approved. Additionally, the questions answered today were just, completely confident and filled us with a lot of confidence, I would say. I think the measures put forward in the LAP are really heartening. We're taking measures to reduce harmful drinking in a targeted way. We don't know 100% the impact of some of these, but policy isn't science. We can't have a control group for Dunedin, as useful as that would be. I want to just make some commentary around student drinking and the challenges there. The harm we see from student drinking, as has been identified well, is often due to an inability to drink within supervised settings. And this is part of that, but it's not going to address that issue entirely. The substantive problem is it's a macroeconomic thing, where student income has only gotten lower, and the cost of drinking at a supervised establishment has only gotten higher because of the cost facing businesses providing that kind of fare, which is why I think the call from the student population is consistently for something like a subsidised venue. So while I think this is a good measure and something which will reduce harm to some extent, and I'll be really interested to see how it turns out, there's more work to be done in this space. But thanks again to the staff, and I will be supporting this motion.
Councillor Lund.
Likewise, I'd like to thank the staff for an excellent, well-researched and well-presented report. And I agree that it's going to make a material effect, but in my view, it doesn't go far enough. And further to my question earlier around the potential of actually banning alcohol, just in relation to what Councillor Treadwell has said, we do actually have a control group for that specific example, because I've just checked, and a publication called New Zealand Doctor advises and confirms that alcohol in Invercargill is not sold in supermarkets. It is also not sold in West Auckland, and it confirms that the rate of emergency department admissions for alcohol-related harms are 1 in 25 in Dunedin, but they are 1 in 55 in Invercargill. So there is your evidence, Councillor Wetherell, that in fact by removing the ability to sell alcohol in supermarkets has a material and dramatic effect on the rate of alcohol-related harm. So that I don't know whether it's possible to. It's probably not possible in this policy, but that's something. If we want to get serious and not just talk about harm, there is the control group. There's the example, and we should look into that.
Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you. I wasn't going to speak, but I will now actually. Just because Councillor Lund actually confirms that the reason why we're having this process actually is to have the various feedbacks from each sector of the society who will feed into the process that will then spit out the lap. Above and beyond that, I don't think we should ever forget that all public health research from across the planet always identifies alcohol as society's most devastating drug. Actually, it's I think when you analyse that data and you take into considerations the physical harm, addiction potential, domestic violence, car accidents, alcohol frequently and more often than not ranks higher than heroin, cocaine, and methamphetamine. That said, it's very encouraging. I think maybe John, you mentioned it, that this generation particularly is seeming to move away from alcohol, and certainly moving away from consuming it in the way that boomers and Gen X did, and I'm as guilty as anyone being from the latter. That said as well, there is a balance to be met in the LAP, because some people have mentioned it's about business and industry as well, and that's sort of that's the point here, because the fundamental goal, the LAP has to meet the fundamental goals of the Act, and that's why the Act sits there, and I support the goals of the Act, and you all know what they are, and that is about making sure that consumption is undertaken safely and responsibly, and that then speaks to Sophia Charter and those sort of things. And secondly, and most importantly, that the harm caused by excessive consumption of alcohol consumption should be minimised. And let's not pretend that alcohol is going anywhere. I mean, I personally don't drink, but I'm around people all the time who do drink. Most of my friends do, and I think minimising that harm is really important. So I support this, and also want to thank the staff, because this has come from a difficult place previously, and reading this paper put a smile on my face seeing that we've gotten to this point. So I look forward to the consultation, and I definitely look forward, if I'm in any way involved, to the feedback from the tri-agencies and everybody else thereafter. Good work.
Thank you, everyone. It's good to be able to focus on responsible drinking and reducing harm, and I note, I've got a lot of notes, when I look at them all, the themes that are coming through is around the emergency department being under the pump, and I just want to thank you, Councillor Chambers, for pointing out the statistics there, because I think that people do focus a lot on the emergency department. We would like to get the numbers who are alcohol impaired down so that other people have better services. And I also note your shout out for proper ED resourcing, which shouldn't get lost amongst this. I also wonder whether when patients are coming in, if they're being checked for drugs as well, because I think that we might all talk about perhaps drinkers going down, but there's also other substances which many people partake of as well. This isn't just about the cost of the person, but it is also about the cost to our community that we live in. And there was mention about feeling safe walking down the streets late at night, and we want to be a safe city. That did come up in the quality of life as well, that people are concerned about that. I also, when we're talking about the businesses, that certainly needs to be pointed out. There's a lot of amazing businesses out there who do take really good care of people when they are out drinking, and part of what we pride ourselves on is our southern hospitality. So we do need to take into account the businesses that Councillor Gaylor also specifically pointed that out, and around having controlled environments for drinking. And then Councillor Treadwell did talk about, actually, can you afford to drink at those places as well, which is a real challenge because we're putting parameters around certain places but not necessarily around the whole environment. There was a lot of talk about young people and the harm on young people, and yes, we do need to concentrate on those, but this is a societal issue as well, so we do need to make sure that when we are talking about this, that we're talking about a whole of society issue. We know our students are a very visible point of this, but we also know that there are other hidden damages to our society through this. So I want to see people drinking in safe, good environments and having sensible access. I had the wastewater tests around the drugs as well, so every now and then we get a wastewater test around what drugs are actually being used in our city, so that is something to hold in mind. We do have a responsibility to students. We are there, I guess, in loco parentis as well. We need to make sure that we have a safe environment for them in our city. It was also brought up about about measuring if the policies do reduce harm, and I think that's really important. It was great that staff continued to talk about an evidence base, and I think that we do have to go, is our policy working, and are we seeing a reduction in harm as well? And I've got lots of thanks staff, so thank you staff for all of the work that you've done. And then it was also talked about, Councillor Walker talked about society's most devastating drug being alcohol, and it is obviously a real challenge in our community as well. Really, we're looking for that safe and responsible consumption. This local alcohol policy has taken quite a long time to come back in front of us, so I look forward to our community consultation, our responsibility to listen to our community and find a balanced response for safe drinking and for reducing harm in our society. So I will, having said that, I will put the motion.
By division, please.
By division, please.
Councillor Chambers.
Aye.
Councillor Gaylor.
Aye.
Councillor Gary.
Aye.
Councillor Hall.
Aye.
Councillor Lafiso.
Aye.
Councillor Lund.
Aye.
Councillor Mayhem.
Aye.
Councillor Sims.
Aye.
Councillor Treadwell.
Aye.
Councillor Walker.
Aye.
Councillor Wetherall.
Aye.
Miss Sophie.
Aye.
Carried unanimously.
I move that we adjourn until 2 p.m, seconded by Councillor Sims. All those in favour say aye. Anyone against? That is carried.
Just a sec, hang on.
Bring the meeting back to order, please, if we could, and apologies. Mayor Sophie has become unwell and has had to go home, so you've got me for your sins. And Councillor Gary getting a bit lonely on that side of the table, but there we are. So we'll move on.
That might be like a job.
Well, it looks a bit like that, doesn't it? So we welcome to the table Dr. Hazelton, Miss Christmas and Mr. Costello. We're on to item 11, which is the Future Development Strategy Implementation Plan Update 2026. Miss Christmas, are you speaking to this first?
Yes, thank you, Councillor. I just wanted to make one comment. So there's a correction that we need to make to the attachment to the report, which is the FDS implementation plan itself. So on table 7, which is page 339 of the agenda, the entries against against Three Waters don't accurately reflect the current situation. So there is amended wording, which I understand has been circulated to you. So that will be included in the version before it's published on the website. Thank you.
Thank you. So happy to go to questions. Councillor Chambers.
Yeah, thanks. A couple of questions. I see the things in red are new additions. And just page 337, Calcra Valley Road Study. There have been quite a few stories in the media about Calcra Valley Road, having problems there, and flooding and ice and delayed roadworks. Is that related to those things?
That'll be one we'll have to take notice and get feedback from Transport on. Yeah, I can't confirm that. Sorry.
Can I ask you about just about consistency of planning? Just consistency of planning in the various different plans that we look at and projections that we see. And in relation to the North Coast, on sorry, I've lost it. Oh, I've lost my thing. Sorry, my computer's not working. Page 347. 347. There's a very big dollar item there in relation to a new wastewater treatment plant in the Upper Waikouati. $43 million. But when you read other plans, the figures are quite different. And another long-term plan, it's like $78 million. And when I spoke to Alistair, our chairman up there, he said he thought it was $90 million. So what's the true figure for these huge projects?
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. I would presume, and I would need to confirm for sure, that the numbers presented in the FTS will present the new capital component of the project, and the numbers that you will have seen in the 9-year plan include, and the numbers that Alistair and I have spoken to you about includes the new capital and the renewals components of those projects. So the true cost of the entire job would be closer to the budget allowed for the entire project would be the numbers that we've previously discussed and that Alistair will have raised.
Thank you. Councillor Gaylor, did you have a question?
Oh yeah, just noticing these tables are quite small. Just a wee request in future, perhaps to make them a little bit bigger, even with glasses on. I find it tricky to read them. But no, I was just interested in this whole process, and obviously it's a combined ORC DCC thing. But it seems to replicate a lot of the other lists and planning areas that we have. Can you just once over lightly just for the benefit of maybe just myself rather than everyone, just let me know what the benefits are of this plan, what we're hoping to achieve with it, what its purpose and intent is.
Yeah, sure, thank you, Councillor. So the FDS implementation plan is required under statute, under the NPS for urban development, so it's a requirement that we have to do. We're supposed to update it every year. However, with the recent reform changes to legislation, this is in fact the last one that we need to provide, and there won't be any in future. So the government outlines that we prepare an FDS every 3 years, Future Development Strategy, which we did in 2024, and that really identifies how the city will grow and change, what infrastructure needs are over the long term to support that growth. there's a requirement then that we take the actions from the FTS and report on them annually through an implementation plan, and that's what this is. So the first implementation plan was prepared last year, and this is simply an update. And I do agree and appreciate that there is some duplication with other reporting mechanisms on projects through council. So I think the government's recognised that through now saying that we will not need to repeat this until we have new and improved planning documents in place under the reform legislation.
Thank you. Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you as ever for explaining complicated things so simply. Just in terms of the planning bill, there's no indication, of course, from government that's not going to wend its way through. What reading are we on now in terms of that happening? Is it next month at all?
Yeah, so it's had its second reading now, so third reading scheduled for next month, and all the information we have from government is it will be enacted in September. Yeah.
And sorry, probably for you, Mr. Chair, and just in terms of, for those who have obviously cognizant of the papers, the FDS will be replaced by the Regional Spatial Plan. So I was at that first meeting of the interim group on Monday, if people want an update on that. Just briefly.
I think that would be quite helpful. So,
okay,
yeah.
Okay. And I'll just thank you for the leave of the chair. I'll just go to my notes that I took, and I've tried to keep this as plain as possible. I travelled down actually with Mr. Costello and Anna from planning. That was on Monday, despite me having no voice and being very ill. So that was for the first meeting of the Otago Interim Regional Spatial Planning Governments Group, so we'll preempt the formal group. We confirmed Mr. Bill Worsley as the independent chair. Excellent. We talked about and confirmed the guiding principles for the group. The purpose of the meeting was not only just to establish the interim regional spatial planning governance group, but to build a shared understanding of its role and agree how the members will work together to oversee the development of a process agreement. And we worked on that and terms of reference for ultimately the Regional Planning Committee. The terms of reference was discussed along with the process agreement, what it is, what's to be included in it. They are now in draft form after that meeting, will be finalised shortly, and I'll be happy to send those around once the final versions emanating from the group's discussions are finalised. We're now in the process of calibrating future 3 weekly meetings prior to Christmas. Thankfully, they'll be online because the thought of driving to Cromwell and Queenstown every 3 weeks doesn't fill me with joy. The group's primary task is to develop the draft process agreement as required under the planning bill. That's what we're talking about here. Addressing matters including how the local authorities will work together with the Spatial Planning Committee, decision-making arrangements, consultation, secretariat arrangements, and I think importantly, iwi participation. The process agreement and tour developed by the group will not be final, this is important, will not be finalised until the planning bill is enacted. The agreement approved by all Otago councils, working alongside Mana Whenua, and the statutory committee established. And again, finally, and this is quite important to give you a bit of faith in the process, the group is not a decision-making body. Its outputs, the process agreement and draft spatial committee terms of reference will be recommended to each partner council, working alongside Mana Whenua for adoption. So that's sort of a brief synopsis of what happened on Monday, and I'm happy offline to speak to any of you who are interested in being bored further. So yeah. Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Walker. I just had a couple of questions of my own, and Ms. Christmas, is it fair to say that the future development strategy is the highest level of planning? Does it guide the rest of the planning that the council does? Is it to be seen like that?
No, that's not strictly accurate. In terms of the resource management sort of cascade of planning documents, we work to obviously the Act at the top, and then there's national direction which the government sets, which then a regional policy statement which ORC prepares, and then our planning documents fall from that. The FDS sort of sits alongside, so there's links into those documents in the sense that if we were to do a plan change, which we can't, but if we were to do, we'd have to take account of the FDS, likewise the regional policy statement. And then it also has to be considered through the financial planning documents as well. So the long-term plan, the regional land transport strategy, those documents are supposed to have regard to the FDS as well. So it sort of sits between the financial documents and the sort of land use planning documents.
And then secondly, initiatives that are in the FDS, and there's quite specific, some of them, how do they then get from that document into the Transport Department or into action?
So the actions in the FDS are identified by the infrastructure teams within council and the external agencies who deal with other types of infrastructure as the infrastructure that's needed to support the growth that's identified in the FDS. So as we develop the FDS, there's obviously close discussion between the planners and the infrastructure groups about what's needed. So they're aware of those items and they make sure that they're included in the LTP for funding and whatever funding documents are needed. So it's just close collaboration. Yeah.
Thank you. And my last question is, I'm quite alarmed to hear this morning an announcement from the South Island Transport Group that the South Island is only receiving $1.09 that's being spent on transport projects throughout New Zealand, when in fact we're entitled to $1.05. And the figure that was given was that then annually the South Island is missing out on $1.2 billion of co-investment into transport projects, and a lot of very expensive projects in the FDS. How does this council go about advocating for change or advocating for that position to be? What's our best way of advocating for that to be corrected?
And we have advocated with NZTA about that, but that this is national policy settings about where the government is choosing to prioritise some of that funding. So we are being really smart in how we're delivering our roading budgets to get all the funding that we can. And so Ms Benson had formally talked about that, but it is a significant challenge, I think, for the South Island.
And also advocating through the RLTP, of course, is a way to go for that.
Thank you. Are there any further questions? Thank you. Thank you very much. And Steve, I might just ask you if you would like, Councillor Walker, if you would like to move this.
Happy to.
Yep. And we have a seconder, Councillor Gaylor. Councillor Walker, would you like to speak to the...
To be honest, I think we've said all the documents are very clear. We're under a system, we're moving to a new system, and as is the case with many facets of local government at the moment, legislatively things are changing at pace. This is just an example of that, and as I said, I've given the update. I'm happy to update council as we move forward in that regional spatial planning space as well. So, yeah, thanks to staff. Clear report.
Thank you. Councillor Chambers.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I noticed a lot of this report is about and is about the timing of roadworks and roading, and nothing about sealing roads. Whereas, as you know, there is a request to seal some roads and a small number of roads around the city in coming years. Just expanding on that radio interview you perhaps listened to this morning, there was a lot of information in that interview, which was quite interesting, because as you know, NZT is responsible for highways and councils are responsible for roads, and the difference between the different councils is unbelievable. For example, they worked out that in Auckland, I think each ratepayer has to sort of contribute to about 3 kilometres of road. In Wellington it's 1.4 kilometres of road per ratepayer. In Southland it's 150 kilometres per ratepayer. It's gobsmacking difference of the ratepayer's expectation on the burden on the ratepayer for roading, depending on which council you're in the country. It has to be something has to be done about that, I would have thought, for a bit more equity and take the burden off ratepayers in rural areas. And they're even suggesting that they can't afford to reseal some roads in rural areas, and they're actually going to ask in rural areas to go back to unsealed roads because they haven't got the money to reseal them. Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Mayhem.
Why is the FDS important? It links where and how Ōtepoti grows with delivery and funding of the infrastructure needed. This growth needs to be supported over the short, medium and long term. Key reasons include it integrates land use and infrastructure, aligns planning decisions with transport, three waters, parks, flood protection and our community facilities. It ensures capacities for homes and businesses, provides a delivery program, supports transparent and evidence-based decisions, and it meets the national policy requirements on urban development. It keeps growth on track, affordable, sustainable. There's an update to the plan, and we've noted already that this impending resource management reform, this will be the last FDS, and then we will transition to the regional spatial plan in October this year. I'd just like to reflect on this last year. The projects that have completed include stage 1 of the Tunnels Trail, upgrades to Kinmont Park, Ellington, Mayfield and Willow Street parks, flood protections to the Leith from 4th Street to the harbour, the Lindsay Creek flood hazard assessments and the Taieri flood protection investigations. We've completed the South Dunedin Library, and in the centre of the city the Albany Street connection is underway and the hospital projects have confirmed timelines. Overall, 2026 records a solid trance of completions in transport, three waters, safety protections and community facilities, and this clearly is a shift from the FDS implication plans to the RSP framework under national reforms. Thank you to the staff for all of their mahi on this, and it's going to be interesting going forward how the regional spatial plan will affect us all. Thank you.
Thank you. So Councillor Walker has moved that the Council notes the Future Development Strategy Implementation Plan 2026. I'm assuming you don't want to write a reply?
Very briefly, just because it's been raised actually, just also being on the Regional Land Transport Committee, I'm happy to send around the Benji Patterson recent report that that informed the South Island's response that you heard on the radio this morning. So it's a really, it's only about 20 pages, but an excellent Benji Patterson report. So if that's maybe through the chair, are you happy for me to...
If we could get that today, that would be very useful. Right. Thank you very much.
Nothing else to say.
Okay, so I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? No abstaining? No. Thank you, carried. Okay, we'll move on to item 12, the proposed event road closures. Yep. Thank you.
I'm not going to shift and do a Mr. McLean and try and get my second back.
Thank you. So I'm going to move that the... sorry, are you going to speak to the... No. Okay. I'm going to move that the Council resolves to close the roads detailed below pursuant to Section 319, Section 342 and Schedule 10, Clause 11E of the Local Government Act 1974. And this is as per the agenda paper, the George Street Mile, and seconded by Councillor Mayhem.
First of all, you need to move that other thing.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Hall, Councillor Hall, apparently, I don't see him up there, but he said he didn't get the chance to speak.
Oh, sorry, I didn't.
I don't see it, Guy.
I've just got a black square. That's the. Oh, there we're back. Sorry, I apologise, Councillor Hall. I just had a black square on my screen, so I couldn't see anything. So I'm sorry you've missed the opportunity to speak to the last item.
That's right.
Esmo, I mean, this is a procedural motion to close the road for the George Street Mile. Yeah, does anybody else wish to speak to the motion? Okay, I'll put the motion then. All those in favour? Against? That's carried. Thank you. So item 13's been withdrawn. So Yeah, so now I will move that the Council, pursuant to the provisions of the Local Government Official Information and Meetings Act 1987, exclude the public from the meeting for the reasons outlined in the agenda and adjourns the meeting for 2 minutes. So seconder, Councillor Mayhem, thank you. I'm now going to put the motion. Those in favour say aye. Those against? That's carried. Thank you. We'll adjourn for 2 minutes, if we could be.